Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Budapest Grand Prix and day one of competition. And it's a very good morning to my co-commentator, former world champion, Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon, and what an exciting day it's going to be. A great start, and looking at what we've just been discussing just recently, just of all the talent that we've got on show here today.
Well, Loretta's been picking out a few of the names that are likely to feature in today's competition. We've got 5 weight categories to bring you. We're going to start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories. It's the 48, the 52 and 57 kilo categories for women, and it's the 60 and 66 kilo category for men. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. The number 2 seed is Chernovitsky Ava of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Shira Rishoni of Israel, and the number 4 seed is Paula Pareto of Argentina. And it's not all the top seeds that Loretta has put some ticks next to, so I'm going to be interested to see what she's got to say, especially because this is a weight category that she knows, reasonably well, having, fought a weight up on that, so she should have some experience.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
Well, straight away, 34 competitors. And when we looked at the list, it was one of those that I'm thinking, it is down to who's going to be on form today, who's really going to rise to the occasion. It's a really, really strong field. You have mentioned Nikolic is the number 1 seed, but just in that pool A, she's got Endo. That I think that you said that she's actually defeated Nikolic a couple of times. Was it
Pareto?
Pareto, that's right. And then twice, Pareto, you've got down in Pool B as a very strong contender. But for me, it's Endo I'm going to go for as a top favourite. Technically, they are very sound, but when you look down at the bottom, you've got Krasnicki, you've got Kelmende, and you've got Rishoni. They're just all there, and they're all going to be battling away. This is going to be a very tough competition in 48 kilos, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. I think it'll be in the second round. One very tough match that will be coming out is Minska and Krasnicki in the second round. Both have a bye into that second round, but we'll just have to see how that one goes.
Apart from those that Loretta's just mentioned, I think for me, Yamazaki is an interesting pick. She's been off the scene for a while. The Japanese have put her in for this competition. For me, that has to be a question mark. What's she doing there? Why is she there at this stage when they've got so many others? And she's been off for quite some time. And I don't mean that as what's she doing there. I mean, she must have been doing something for them to give her a run out at a Grand Prix.
Well, for some time out, it's like you say, it might have been an injury, it might have been some time out for education, we don't know.
Yeah.
And given herself a bit of a respite and her body to rest before Tokyo Olympic Games.
Well,
she's back now, and it'll be interesting to see how she gets on.
Right, under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed, Charlene van Snick of Belgium. The number 2 seed is Sonoda Natsumi of Japan. The number 3 seed is Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. And the number 4 seed is Gilly Cohen of Israel. Who have you picked out there?
Sonoda, for me, is world silver medalist and is a very strong contender for a place on the podium. I feel that she's going to be the one. But obviously, Van Snick, strong performer throughout the world tour. But one I've got a little sort of eye on is Reka Pop from Hungary. She's obviously the home territory here. It's got to be that percentage that she could rise. She's going to be challenged, there's no doubt about it, in Pool D, but she's a youngster that's hungry. She's coming out here and she has actually performed, so I think she could do well here today in the under 52s.
Yeah, you're quite right. She's got nice judo, she's well coached, she's well prepared. The only thing that goes against her is the depth of the competition in that pool. That's a strong one. But Loretta was talking about, favouring the underdog, and sometimes you just see something in someone's judo and you recognise that as the possibility that she could upset almost anybody.
Well, she's got nothing to lose, everything to gain, isn't it? With experience, I've got to
it's not the strongest.
No.
Pool D is not the strongest of the 4 pools.
Yeah, I would have said, looking at the draw possibly Pool C is that's a very strong.
With Primo, Giuffrida, Korkmaz,
Korsha.
Tsunoda, Perez Box. That's a tough. That's a pool.
Yeah.
Tough pool.
That's going to be a really tough one.
Right, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Theresa Stoll of Germany. The number 2 seed is Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. The number 3 seed is Krista Deguchi of Canada. And the number 4 seed is Jessica Klimke, also of Canada.
Well, we've already seen a battle in Croatia, didn't we, in Zagreb with the Canadians. And Hohot. So
could it be part 3?
Part 3. There's a possibility. There's a possibility for me. But Theresa Stoll is someone that's been performing really well. She's got a steady progression throughout the World Tour. And I think she's just getting better every time we see her. She's got lovely judo, and I feel that she'll do very well here today. But Deguchi, love it. She's got beautiful judo. She's an absolute talent, and I can see her getting through. Again, that's another person from the bottom half to get to that final. So I predict it could be Theresa and also Deguchi in that final this time.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. The number 2 seed is Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. The number 3 seed is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. And the number 4 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain.
Well, there is a lot of talent. There's a lot of good judo players there, and I say good judo players that can throw, athletes that are capable of doing beautiful judo, which makes them an absolute threat out there, regardless how much experience or age that they have behind them or what results they've got under their belt. Nagayama, for me, is obviously the top favourite. He's definitely got to be one that we would say would get through to that final stage. But one that, when we're talking about talent, Adonis Diaz of America, I just love his judo. I think he's exciting to watch. I think he could upset quite a few of the top seeds, but he's drawn in Pool A, so he's got a challenge there. And looking down on the bottom there, you've obviously Ogazov of Russia again, in Antalya, Ekaterinburg, Hoyhot. He medalled in these. He's always around the medals. He's a very busy guy. He's got nice judo. He's very exciting again to watch. He's someone else that could come through in the bottom half.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 66 kilo category. 61 judoka in total. Is a huge weight category. The number 1 seed is Georgy Zantaraya of Ukraine. The number 2 seed is Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia. The number 3 seed is Dmitry Minkov of Belarus. And the number 4 seed is Adrian Gombots of Slovenia.
Well, Gombok is one I like watching, and I think he's somebody that's progressing really nicely. He's building up in so much confidence, and I think someone who could obviously take that podium spot. But again, like you said, 61 judokas fighting. It's
huge,
just,
isn't it?
It's a massive mix of talent and experience in here, and it's going to be a really... Zantaraya obviously is the top seed. He's one of these that is consistent in results but can get beat, and I'm not so sure with this field that we're looking at whether he will get to that final. I'm sitting on the fence with that one, especially when you look at Gombot in the mix there. I think he could be challenged today by the Slovenian.
Well, we're going to find out. What we'll do is we'll come back when the contests get underway to have a look at the other picks. But Gombots is about to take to map 1. He's up against Ma Duenbin of China. It's Gombots in the white judogi, Ma in blue, and that contest is just underway now. So a couple of the other names in there, 66?
Well, yeah, for me, Nagelashvili of Georgia, a very, very strong talent that's coming through. And there was another one that I was
looking at. Yeah. Hard to find them when you've got 61.
I know, it's just that there was one that shone out to me. Tagawa of Japan.
Kenzo of Japan, a youngster.
And you've got experience there of Onelenic of Portugal and Petrikov
Pavel Petrikov, he's been around for a while, hasn't he?
And then you've got the Brazilian Santos of Brazil, again, a very talented judo player for me. He's got and Lombardo, again, another exciting youngster that's coming through, that's nipping away at the heels of the top seeds.
Well, there you have it. Those of you at home who are settling down to watch the first round. We've gone through the picks, and those are some of the names that Loretta thinks are likely to feature, and I dare say they will.
Yeah, well, I think there's definitely going to be some nice judo performed here today in this competition, so we'll not be disappointed. That's one thing with the quality that we'll be watching.
Single Shido against Gombots at the moment. You have the choice of 4 mats at home. If you click on one, you'll get one. If you click on 2, 3 or 4, you'll be taken to one of those mats. If you click on the commentated channel, it's the one with the little icon that looks like a microphone, then you'll follow Loretta and myself, or maybe Anthony Corelli, who's going to be joining us a little bit later on. I haven't seen him yet. I'm sure he's around, but he's emailed me a few times. So no doubt he will make an appearance.
This, for me, this has got to be one of the nicest arenas in the way it's athlete-centered, and the stadium itself spectator-centered as well. It ticks all the boxes, and the backdrop and the entry onto the field of play is amazing. It's just got such a lovely feel as far as a judo stadium is concerned. Yeah,
this is Grand Slam proportions as opposed to Grand Prix, isn't it?
Yeah.
Possible that they may upgrade it next year. I'm not sure what the ramifications are, money-wise, and because it's a lot of money. But you're already spending it on the venue.
Yeah.
You may as well upgrade it. I suppose it's more prize money, and they have to provide, slightly higher standard conditions. But those will be outside the venue. You couldn't get better inside the venue. They're already doing it. For
majority of the athletes, the hotel just across the road, it's walking distance. That's just perfect for athletes. It just ticks every box. I remember, this is going back many years, they used to have the Hungarian, what they classed as the Open, and it was perfect for an athlete. You couldn't ask for anything better.
But at that time, we used to be in that little stadium across the road. It was really Mickey, wasn't it? All wooden, and I remember the podium being right up next to the tatami.
But it had that sort of personal touch. You could actually sort of feel the breath of the spectator.
Ma Dwenbin trying to execute, first of all, the shimiwaza, now trying to work on the arm. I haven't seen him for a while. Ma.
Well, as you can see, he's working on that Jujikatami, trying to pull out that arm, but his leg is caught up there in the centre, which doesn't give him as much leverage as he would hope to. And if he does pull that arm out, it's going to be a really easy escape for Gomba. Well, you would say. Yeah, he can twist out. Yeah. The legs were too wide apart. And I think all he was doing was just waiting for the opportunity. He was releasing that arm slowly, and he was ready to react as soon as he got the leverage.
It's a good call there from Loretta. She could spot that as it developed, knowing that what made it difficult for Ma was he had to concentrate on the arm, and as the arm was coming out, he was going to concentrate more on it, and it would be easier to turn out.
Sometimes you look in that position that if the leg's caught up and he's got the arm and he's putting pressure, which for your opponents, they're concentrating so much on the arm that you don't go for the shimiwaza, because sometimes on a leverage the back arches and the head goes back, and there's a positioning to get the shimiwaza as well. So, but you don't see many of them attempting it. No Uchigari there. Oh, lovely attack there.
I thought Ma is calling for a score. I think that he had the Kosotogaki first.
So did I.
I really think that he had the Kosotogaki first, and then went for the wraparound. However, I think that what they've said, it was premeditated, There was no real attempt for the Koso Takaki. He only ever wanted
that bear hug.
The direct attack with the bear hug.
Well, there's 2 Shidos now for Ma, and it's obviously a very tricky situation for him going into golden score. One more would result in him picking up the Hansol Kanaki disqualification. So he's got to be careful. He cannot afford to make any silly more errors that we've already seen, and he has made errors. There is not that he's been outfought here at all. He's, well, for whatever reason, there is another Shido being handed out here, and it could go to Ma.
I wonder what it's going to be for.
It seemed very quick into golden score. Maybe he just felt that there was a disadvantage of having the gi untidy.
Oh, they were both
gripping up with the hands. So
on the way.
So Gombok goes through to the next round, the second round of the under 66. A good warm-up. He was challenged a little bit there, but it most probably is a good match for him to settle into this contest, this competition, and because he'll have some very strong opposition a little bit later on.
Well, coming up on mat number 1 now, Matej Poliak of Slovakia faces Yaren Meneged of Israel. We could stay here and have a look at this one. Poliak in the white judo gi, Meneged in blue. I say that because there's not a great deal else going on to distract us. Let's have a look and see what happens here.
Straight away for that drop there, Meneged finding himself in a little bit of a tricky situation. The Slovak there turning him over and quite nicely there, and persevering into the Niwaza, looking for the Shimiwaza as well, but obviously the referee felt there was very little to be gained by staying too long in the ground.
I just noticed that in the under 66 kilo category on the adjoining mat.
Oh right, yes, Tagawa.
We've got Tagawa Kenzo. He's up against Vozida Temelkov of Bulgaria. You might want to take a look at that. Let's go to mat 2 then. If you want to continue watching Poliak and Meneged, just click on 1. But we're going to pick up the contest there.
Yes.
Just in time.
Oh, just got the final bit of that. That was lovely judo. The Ashiwaza there, nicely controlled, and this is what you expect with the Japanese, that they're very, very skillful with their feet, and that was no exception. Well,
Temelkov getting caught there. You mentioned Sergio Oljenic and Pavel Petrikov earlier on, and they're about to go head-to-head here on match of round 1 in the under 66 kilo category. Oljenic in the white judo gi, Petrikov in blue.
And the match after that will be Nagladashvili of Georgia, which will be a very interesting one to see.
We'll see. I think we just may sneak a replay of that. There you go.
Yes. Beautifully done that. Well, it's a battle of the kumikata at the moment. Both very strong athletes up against each other for a place in the second round. Portuguese that little bit more mature than his opponents. A lot of experience under his belt.
pick up penalties for passivity.
Well, at this stage of the competition, no one really wants to make any mistakes here, and for them to commit themselves is probably a daunting situation for them with a warm-up contest. No one really knows how their day's going to go until they get the first contest out of the way. Petrikov struggling a little bit with Kimikacha with this sleeve grip. Doesn't seem to be too happy having the lower part of his sleeve being taken. He's trying to come under central balance of his opponent. Olenic is very low down, and that makes it very tricky. And there comes in the hips. He had a lovely opportunity there where I thought that hip in the Ouchi was there with the Uchimata. Olenic reacted quite nicely to that threat. Petrikov looks to be advancing a bit more of an aggressive approach in this contest. Olenic is just pacing himself throughout the last couple of minutes here in this first round. Petrikov getting his desired grip, that lapel that found very difficult in the first 2 minutes. Now he seems to be able to secure it much better now and controlling his Portuguese opponent. But picks up a Shido now. It's the second one for Petrikov. Needs to get that. Oh, Kochigari beautifully executed, and the timing was perfect. In the last minute now of contest, Olenic now is trailing. Well, it shouldn't be trailing, it should be with the Wazari. Yeah, they've just changed it round. But the pressure now is on Petrikov. He's technically capable of coming back. Just wasn't gutsy enough to step it up the next level, but now he's got no choice. He's into the last half a minute of the contest. Can he come back? Olenic good at defending, got that Sienagi as Petrikov walks straight onto it. A Wazari Aseti upon, and a nice win for the Portuguese.
Yeah, once you fall behind with very little time left on the clock, the temptation is to try and rush it a little bit.
Yeah, and
you just saw that step, all the momentum going forward. It didn't look like a huge one, but trust me, you know, if you've got to work to throw your opponent, and instead of you having to do all the work, he takes a nice big step forward and brings his weight on like that.
See, Petrikov made the mistake that he stepped forward, advancing too deep with that right foot, and that left it wide open for Olenic to come in for the drop. His hips were in a nicer position, and he managed to get that Wazari.
Daniel Laskow often says, "Thanks for coming."
Thanks for coming.
Right. We've got the young man from Nepal on the map now.
Sienagi there, straight in. Nice start for this young man. Very confident start indeed. But Naglishvili, double junior European medalist. Very strong athlete. athlete indeed for Georgia.
Better say who it is that we've got there, haven't we? 66 kilos. Right, Indra Shrestha of Nepal is up against Tonika Nagliashvili of Georgia. Shrestha in the white judogi, Nagliashvili in blue. He's got some nice judo, the Georgian.
Oh, look at that.
Overthrow though.
Just totally overthrew him, but what an entry, and he just swaggers back to the centre of the mat. He doesn't look, he really is just having a warm-up there, this Georgian. He really is just, seems to be playing a bit of a game out here.
Shrestha did the right thing there, just took his time. He didn't grip up immediately, thought, hang on a minute.
No, he can't afford to. But he's got that Sianagi, which is quite strong. But there's the lift, he changes the hips through, he's got, big Harai. Big Oguruma there, beautifully done. Hips were in, but he had him up onto his hips. He could have thrown him in any direction.
He's still wondering where he should go. Poor Shrestha.
Oh, that's just beautiful.
Well, looking like the Utsurigoshi there for a
yes,
moment.
it did.
Yeah.
Or the Uranagi. He could have actually had such a good control.
At this point, and then he thought, I'm going to change hips here.
Hooked him with the
leg. That troubled him a bit.
Yeah, so he couldn't get the leverage he wanted to the rear. But look at that leg, how high it was, and the control and balance they had. Nice. Nice bit of judo.
He had to go at 3 techniques there, didn't he? Maybe 4.
Yeah. Like I said, he just seemed to be showing off a little bit there, didn't he?
Finished with the Oguruma though, as you say. Right, we got coming up next. Boros Benzer of Hungary faces Sebastian Seidel of Germany. Boros in the white judogi, Seidel in blue.
Well, Seidel's, he's had some good performances. This is a good, strong competitor from Germany. But Boros there, lifting him up as if he was nothing there at this moment. Looks very determined to perform well on home turf. Sianagi attempt then from Boros. It was, he's not doing too badly. He started off very, very well. He's so determined to go through to the next round.
I mean, it wasn't lightning quick, and someone else.
He's very powerful, and he perseveres when he comes in for that Sianagi. He really just keeps trudging away there until he gets some sort of result, whether it's just a good attack that moves his opponent. And his awareness. He's got a very good judo feel there. He reacts quite nicely, this young man from Hungary.
I can't remember having seen him before. Boros.
Funny feeling I've seen him in Italy, in Rome, in one of the European Opens. Again, that's Zidell now tying up that arm nicely there, drawing the leg out, and secures the Osakumi there quite nicely, but for how long I'm not quite sure. Oh, Boros not out of the woods yet, still under a lot of pressure in the Niwaza. That's Zidell ties up that arm nicely, and that's the winning ingredient to all that movement there. And he had the arm lock as well, which was, well, the Hungarian Boros was more or less saying that that was on the wrist rather than the elbow, and that's the reason he submitted there. He got himself all caught up, and the hand was bent in. Not quite sure, I didn't see that. I actually saw the figure 4. So Sidel takes the win and goes through to the next round.
There are times with both Kansetsu Waza and Shimiwaza where you will feel discomfort in other parts of the body. In particular, in Shimiwaza, so I suppose it's a little bit more common, where you could feel pressure on the jawbone. If you're trying to keep the choke out, you may feel that you're going to submit because your jaw's going to get broken. If it really does have to be across the chin for them to call a mate. Now with the Kansetsu Waza, I know that you can feel pressure on the shoulder joint sometimes when the figure 4 is being applied, but that's really because the pain goes all the way up your arm. You know, and it's possible that he had the wrist and he was applying the pressure there, and you know, Boros may have felt more pressure on the wrist than he did the elbow, but I didn't see anything in that action that looked untoward as far as the udigarami. It looked like a good udigarami.
There was some nice niwaza going on there, and what was apparent is that the arm was tied up quite nicely for Sidel to then maneuver himself in various different ways, reacting to his opponent's actions. So those actions only came from what Boros was doing. So for me, it was some nice judo from Sidel.
Sebastian Perez of Chile is up against Bogdan Iadov of Ukraine at the moment, who scored just a single Shido against Iadov. Here is Loretta.
Iadov, well, he's a junior European medalist. For me, he's a very strong young lad that's coming through. He's got some nice judo. Maybe not one of the strongest contenders in this field, but definitely over the years has developed quite nicely into becoming a real competitor against a strong opposition. And Perez, he's actually got some nice judo, Perez. He's very skillful, he moves nice, he's got some lovely footwork. Not seen it just yet, but bit of a Japanese style Perez has. Works his feet very well. As you can see there, misses it this time, but when he does connect, he connects well. Bogdan, as you can see, just playing with the kumikata, doesn't want to really engage at this moment, and both pick up a Shido apiece, so that's 2 each, and still halfway through the contest left. It's 1 minute 50 seconds. Kosota, lovely attack there, scoring a Wazari. Well, they've given it a ippon straight into, well, they've downgraded to a Wazari. Yeah. The referee gave ippon and then they brought it back down, but no, didn't control it that well.
But in all of that, Iadov wasn't getting out of that osaikomi.
No,
he just said, I'm going to hold him.
Yeah, he had the arm tied up as well, quite nicely.
You guys sort out whether it's Wazari or Ippon, but
I'm not moving. And the thing is, calling Ippon, you would have thought they might have got up and lost that opportunity. But as you can see, he settled in. He made sure that he was secured the osaikomi.
And maybe he didn't have the feel.
He most probably realised that, he knew how his opponent landed.
That for me, that's Wazari. And that's what she gave initially, wasn't it?
No, she gave a ippon.
Okay, yeah. That's a little bit generous, I'm afraid. one of the Stoll
Yes.
sisters now. This is Amelie's turn. Take to the mat. She's up against Manita Shrestha. Could be the sister.
I wonder,
of
yes,
the,
I was just thinking, is it the
the
other?
Nepalese that we saw, yeah.
Lovely Ochigari there. What a start for Emily. As she now tries to secure the Osakumi. She's tied up the upper part of the body and now just trying to work that leg out. Just seems to be a bit of a matter of time, but a great start for Stoll. Nicely done, yeah. It was a lovely, lovely technique.
Ochigari this time, right-sided. What was it that brought her down the first time? This is the first one.
Ochi right.
And there's Ochi right-sided
Yeah.
the second time around
Yes,
as well.
yeah.
Oh, okay, so it worked once. Why not give it another go?
Yeah, it was a nice technique.
2 scores for the German. Wraps things up fairly quickly. And a quick look at what's happening. Let's stay here then with the under 57 kilo category. Sumia Irahui of Morocco faces Christine Adakara of Gabon. It's Irahui in the white judogi, Adakara in blue. It's odd sometimes how even in a big field you end up fighting someone from your own continent.
Yes.
Adakara looks quite tall for the weight category. Frank Birch, the referee, decided that both fighters were guilty of avoiding taking the grip, so he penalised both of them.
Well, it looks like she's got a rip on her gi, which needs to be replaced. Maybe we could move across to one of the other mat.
We're going to have to. Well, Ryan Vargas has just lost out to Dimitri Shershan. That was down on mat number 1. Not a great deal coming up. We could go to, well, the contest is going to start there, so we may as well get something fresh. That's a good idea. All right, coming up on mat number 1, I think it's going to be João Crisóstomo of Portugal. Yeah, João Crisóstomo of Portugal is going up against August Daga of Benin. It'll be Crisóstomo in the white judogi, Daga in blue. It was an unusual place to get a tear in the gi,
yes,
wasn't it?
a very strong part of the jacket. Normally it's sleeve or just at the skirt.
Skirt, yeah.
Skirt of the...
Or yeah, just up, maybe where there's a join somewhere. Yeah, the skirt part of the jacket is not normally as strong as the other parts that are double woven. And certainly the sleeve, I remember having seen a tear there before. Anyway.
Portuguese looking quite strong with the kumikata, but steps across there for the tire toss. She's stumbling his opponent down onto his knees. Didn't get the full rotation there, just lacked a little bit of upper body control. That sleeve needed to pull round a little bit deeper. There she was, her attempt there for Daga. Totally missed. Judged that quite poorly. We have a head-to-head at this moment, sort of crunching of heads there, drawing each other into what looks to be a very awkward positioning. Portuguese coming in for the Cianagi. It's so tight there, it's very difficult to to create an opening to come under. His opponent from Benin now looks to dish out a little bit of punishment down there, but I'm not quite sure if he knows exactly what he's trying to attempt there. He's going for the Jujikatan, but as you can see once more, that leg, the legs are so wide apart. One's caught up between his opponent's leg, the other one is just catching on to for the arm lock, the wrist. So very little hope on that arm lock. Well, halfway through this contest, no penalties, but no scores yet. Portuguese once more coming in, trying to get under his opponent. Daga looking very strong, causing the Portuguese a few problems out there. Now, Daga takes the first Shido for that over-excessive, strong Kumikata. Well, we're coming up to the last minute, and it has been a battle between these two. Kusutomo struggles a little bit. On paper you would have thought would have been up on a score now, or at least have won this match by now, but obviously this young man from Benin's given him quite a few problems. He seems to be very powerful and has upset the Portuguese a little bit here. Auguste, there's plagued at the edge of the mat. He's got that sleeve caught up now. Cristomo comes underneath, pressuring his opponent on the edge to try and get that reaction. And I think the reaction he's looking for is that Daga brings his head up a little bit higher. At the moment he's drawing down, very, very strong, not creating any gaps there for the Portuguese to come underneath. And he's looking to get, by pulling on that sleeve, Daga to come upright. Head to head. Both restricting each other's entries, as you can see with the controlling left to right. Daga with now 2 Shidos on the board. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, and you just get that feeling that that's what's going to happen in this contest. Neither one of them have really managed to dominate nicely. There you have it, oh so close, but good aerial awareness for Daga. He spins out of that Seanagi, literally cat-like, threw him up in the air and he landed back on all fours. Well, that put a bit of a fright on him. He's stepped it up a gear now. He's a bit lighter on his feet. Daga realised how close he was of just getting thrown there, but he knows that he's got 2 Shidos and he has to really play a more dominant part in this contest. Well, there you have it, the third and final Shido, a hand Sokimaki. Cristomo goes through to the next round for Portugal.
We're going to stay here on number 1. It's the round 1 contest in the under 66 kilo category. Wanda Mateo of the Dominican Republic. He faces Anzur Ardanov of Russia. It's Mateo in the white judogi, Ardanov in blue.
The last time I saw Mateo, he really did impress me. He had nice judo. He moved really well. He was quite dangerous against his opponent, but up against a Russian, the one thing he needs to do is keep moving. He cannot settle Ardanov, otherwise he's going to find himself very much overpowered in this first round contest. So both picking up a Shido apiece.
Second time we've seen the referee very early on in the contest saying, hey, you know,
get sorted, get on with it.
So it would be well for the players to realise that that is a penalty that's going to get given quickly if you fail to take a grip. Inside the first minute, Mateo has picked up 2 penalties.
He just really cannot get a firm control against the Russian. He looks very apprehensive, and rightly so. For Mateo, he really needs to get his grip, move and enter. But once more, that poor exchange of the kumikata has cost him this round. Ardanov really didn't have to do too much. A bit of a tactical ploy.
Tactically inept, I would call it, on the part of Mateo, having picked up 1 penalty, then a second penalty. You know, you have to have known by then.
He didn't look confident at all out in that match. He really was disengaged. He was dancing around, or as you say, dancing around in handbags, really trying to get an entry, but without engaging straight forward onto him and getting too much of that closeness. The Russians like to come up close and personal. They get the uranagis, they get the lifts and the hip throws, but Mateo really he knew this, he just wasn't comfortable.
Right, we've got a round 1 contest in the under 57 kilo category coming up next. Echinkolu Muktsedev of Azerbaijan faces Zheng Wen of China. Zheng Wen having moved down from 63 kilos, fighting at 57. Now we'll see how she gets on in her relatively new weight. I think second or third competition down at 57.
Oh, she looks very strong anyway with that right high collar grip.
Yeah, for me, when I've seen her at 57, you can see her opponents just bracing themselves, thinking, hang on a minute, this is a strong fighter.
I know, her grips are perfect. She has the high collar, she bends the elbow comes in, and she braces down by bending the knees. It's not the head that moves forward, it's the hips that drop down. So she's really planting a whole body firmly down into the tatami, making it so powerful.
Well, that time she got called.
Oh, there with the Osota.
Yeah, she got called for crushing.
Yes.
That time, but to be honest, Muktsedev wasn't standing up that strong.
Well, what she was looking for is the reaction that she did get for the Osotogari, and that is Muktsedev really felt under pressure. She was overpowered to the strength. As soon as she released, then the head come up and she was through for the Osotogari. Nice reaction there, good bit of judo. And we'll see that again, because it obviously is something she's very clever with.
Yeah, Osotogari, Ojigari, I think both those, you know, to the rear.
To the rear, yeah.
Are going to cause Muktsedev some problems. And they have decided that
well,
that
I thought
was
it was
worth
a score,
yeah. Yeah, it was close. I was okay with it one way or the other. You know, if you're a judge and the referee in the middle says that's a Wazari, I'm not going to say no, it isn't. And if he says that's not Wazari, I'm not going to say yes, it is. You know, you really have to be against the decision in order to say no. So I'd have left that whichever way he wanted to go. Montsedev picked up the penalty.
And that's the second one now. So she's piled herself a little bit of pressure there. Certainly was her attempt there from China.
Montsedev is not long for this contest, I'm afraid.
No, I don't think so.
2 penalties already. She's really got to get going here.
Sinagi attempt there.
Zhang is just that little bit too busy for her. Without looking, you know, fantastic. Just that little bit too busy, isn't she?
Well, it's the gripping style that's really caused her the problems. When she gets the high collar grip, and at the moment she's actually done really well. She's controlling that sleeve, but not for very long. That is really that right hand that comes over onto the collar. The elbow's tucked up high this time. It wasn't as effective as we've seen, and obviously the duck under is another penalty.
And in an attempt to avoid the grip that you've been talking about.
Yeah. So Montsedev.
And this time he just says, you know, I'm going to keep you off both hands. And the referee decides that is enough. Zhang Wen goes through to round 2 without really looking that attractive as far as the judo is concerned. She looks strong, and she gave her opponent some problems with the gripping. But
well, I think that gripping style is going to cause a lot of athletes some problems. If she can connect every time with the kumikata, she is going to create some opportunities for herself, because what they're going to do, it's the negative that comes from that, and that's the avoidance. So they're trying to avoid rather than actually engage in doing their judo. So it'll be trying to stop that right sleeve all the time from coming over, which changes the dynamics of somebody's contest if they're just battling to keep a distance. And I think she's going to cause a few more problems coming along this way.
Right, well, we could stay here and watch Camila Silva of Brazil. She's up against Victoria Majorosova of Slovakia.
I've just seen who she's got coming up, Klimkate. That'll be interesting.
Oh, so the winner of this will face Jessica Klimkate. Klimkate must be
the winner of the last match. China will be up against
Zhang Wen.
Yeah, Zhang Wen will be up against Klimkate.
Well,
Canada.
You know, it's going to have to be a completely different look from Zhang Wen against Klimkate, because Klimkate is
she's fast and furious, isn't she? She comes in and she hits on the move.
And the other thing is, physically, she is a much more powerful athlete than the Azeri that we saw against Zhang Wen.
Yes.
You know, Zhang Wen is not going to be able to dominate her the way that she did her Azeri opponent. Klimkate is a physically well-prepared athlete now. So that should be an interesting one. Anyway, no score in this one. We've had a minute.
Both with a circling motion. Majorosova advancing a little bit more now towards her Brazilian opponent, Silva. Picks up a first Shido for holding both the same side of the lapel. Uchigari, nice bit of judo there. And the Brazilians do have nice skills, especially with the ashiwazas. Uchimata, nicely executed. Got the lift, sadly didn't get the finish, the rotation on it, but nevertheless a good start. Coming up to the halfway mark.
I think we're going to jump next door to mat 2, if you don't mind. Have a look at Sonoda Natsumi of Japan. She's up against Anna Perez Box. of Spain. It's Tsunoda in the white judogi, Perez box in blue. See if Chief will take us over there.
Yep, we're here there now. Well, Perez box trying to control those sleeves, as you can see, and Tsunoda looking a little bit flustered there, is really trying to get much more control of this contest, not managing it so far. Perez box is working on overdrive at the moment. Starts off with a very aggressive approach to this contest, not allowing the Japanese opponent to settle into a kumikata. Well, the hand is on, but swiftly taken off by Perez box as she steps across for the Osotogari. Oh, Cianagi beautifully down as Sodi. Scoring a Wazari, who've almost been upon there.
Akiyama, who's in the coach's chair, has moved from, top draw competitor to coach. But he gave a big signal of Wazari there. Maybe he also fancies himself as a referee. I'll go and have a word with him after this. We've got people in the middle who give the scores. You just concentrate on your coach.
That's it. Normally coaches give it on. If in doubt, just go for the big one, and then they can only downgrade it to Wazari.
We're looking for some referees, who've been former players. So if he's interested, there's a spot there for him. Well,
the standard of refereeing now is so high, isn't it? We've got some quality referees out there.
The referees at this particular competition will be walking and moving a little bit gingerly. They've been on the mat for the last 3 days, and I only saw the last day
with the IGF Academy.
With the IGF Academy,
yeah,
they've been working really, really hard. And the last day they had the exam, but they'd had 2 days of training before it. And I tell you, some of them were really aching. And I'm not talking about just the referees who haven't been top draw competitors, but been, high-level referees for a while. I'm talking about former Olympic champions.
I know.
Limping off the mat and complaining about aches and pains and things. They were bashed all over the place.
Well, working with the academy now, you've got to give full credit to the students themselves that put themselves through so much physical challenges. Really physical challenges, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, just when you think, well, I don't need to do this any longer, competition days are done.
It's
you put yourself up as a high-class referee. Part of that now, I'm not saying that it's always been that way, but part of it now is getting on the mat and doing it.
Well, the academy is doing really well, bringing the sort of level of coaching to a very good high standard, and the knowledge that they're sort of bringing to not only just referees but to coaches from all over the world. And I had the privilege to go over to obviously Turkey and Benin and Zambia, and it's been very interesting meeting these coaches throughout. But it brings everyone on the same level of coaching and giving them the same advantages as the rest of the world. So these African countries, it would be interesting to see, give them a few years and the developing and coaching the athletes that we're going to start seeing through, instead of being competitors. Hopefully in the next 4 years they're going to be contenders, and this is down to the quality of coaching now that's going to be delivered and the qualifications for these coaches to achieve.
Well, Perez box fought off the first attempt at an arm lock, but the second time round Tsunoda was just that little bit tighter and managed to catch.
It just seemed a bit of just a moment of time, but Perez box, she did very well in the opening 2 minutes halfway through this contest of not allowing her Japanese opponent to settle at all, and she did very, very well, but obviously it was just a matter of time.
We were going to have a look at the Dakanae and Marotti Alexander of Hungary, but that one is done and dusted, so we can move on from that. But
this one will be an interesting match.
Yeah. Okay, in the under 52 kilo category, this is Irem Korkmaz of Turkey. She's up against Fabienne Kocher of Switzerland. It is Korkmaz in the white judogi, Kocher in blue. In a couple of contests time, we're going to see Efren Primo of Israel and Odette Giuffrida of Italy will hang around for that one.
I believe Korkmaz is the youngster that's coming through, junior European champion. Kocher obviously looking very strong as she's got that left hand when she connects on the high collar. Korkmaz trying to control that hand from coming over the top. Korkmaz just controlling but not really engaging into an attack. Picks up the first Shido for that very thing. Needs to now connect with a grip, which she seems to get quite comfortably, but follow it through with an attack. The Osota, good combination. Osota, Ochiti Osotagari.
One of the techniques that the referees had to demonstrate yesterday. Combination in the same direction.
Yes.
I'm going to be bringing that up with a few of them. Same direction. I saw Ochigari Uchimata and Daniel Lasker said, "Did I say same direction?" He was really harsh. I mean, he is a hard taskmaster.
Oh, he's very tough. But he's good. He's very, very good at his deliverance. He's doing a superb job with the academy. The whole team there with Huizinga, Mark Huizinga as well.
Yes, he was there. Mark Huizinga was there yesterday.
Very, very good.
Jeon from the Republic of Korea. The three of them on each of the mats there. It's really, really hard work.
Yeah, sadly I wasn't able to attend.
They came in there,
commitments.
Steaming hot. It was absolutely baking in this dojo, and a couple of them came in with water bottles. So Daniel Lasker said, "It's not time for water." Put that water bottles out.
I know.
He said.
He's very good. His mat etiquette is second to none. He does like respect, and I've got, because of my back, I tend to have a bit of a habit of putting my hands on my hips, and it's really to straighten myself up now and again because my back feels like it's arching.
Oh dear.
And he keeps telling me off. He's like pointing the finger and he's going, "Are you bored?" And I'm going, "No, it's just my back." And tie my belt, I'm just like a traditionalist, but there's ways of tying it that it secures it tightly.
Yeah.
And but he doesn't like the way I tie my obi. He definitely doesn't like the way I do that. He keeps looking at me.
He said it a couple of times too.
And he penalises coaches if their belts come untidy or they don't fix their gi correct.
That's right.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And you see everybody going, "Oh no, he's going to have a look."
You better be in good order.
Yes. he keeps me on my toes anyway.
20 odd seconds left to go.
No, Chigari there. An attempt there for Sumigesh as well. Sutemi was a strange combination there, but seemed to work. Korkmaz with two Shidos though, 10 seconds remaining in this contest.
distracted by a contest down on mat number 4 between Olesia Kuznetsova and Karolina Bienkowska of Poland. If we get a result in this one, then we may wander down there and have a look at that. That's going to be a toughie. Kuznetsova is legendary for her nearwaza, as is her teammate Irina Dolgova, the two young Russians. One at 48, one at 52. Kuznetsova has moved up to 52 kilos now. But previously competed at 48, and they were both really well known for that. I think that might be it, I'm afraid. Korkmaz will pick up a third penalty here. Yeah, I'm afraid so, for the false attack. Right, let's go down to mat number 4. Round 1 of the under 52 kilo category. There's no score between the contest. There's no score in the contest between Olesia Kuznetsova of Russia in the white judogi and Karolina Bienkowska of Poland in blue. I'll leave the rest of this one.
Battle down there in newaza, and just a lack of engagement there. Neither one of them felt confident enough to take their opponent on.
It's a good matchup actually for both.
Very strong.
These fighters. Bienkowska has got the edge as far as the tachiwaza is concerned. Kuznetsova has got the edge as far as the newaza is concerned, and you don't want to be on the ground with Kuznetsova.
Very, very strong, isn't it? But she just seems to lack engagement down in the newaza for some reason, which is unusual for her. Straight away, she gets any opportunity of the ground, she's down it. Now, there is a better positioning for her, and as you can see, the arm comes underneath. She comes in through looking for the sangaku, but just didn't catch the elbow.
She missed the elbow, didn't she?
Yeah, she needed to get hook behind the elbow.
And it was there. She rushed it a little bit, and it then slid off, and by that time, Bienkowska was able to tuck in.
Yeah, well, Bienkowska, she reacted well in that really difficult situation. But the Polish athletes are very strong in their newaza as well. They're competent down there. They don't make too many mistakes, and they can defend quite nicely. So she wouldn't have felt frightened down there. Like a lot of the problem is when you don't have the confidence, you make the mistake by trying to escape and get up quickly, which either brings a head up or puts an arm out to pull yourself back up into tachiwaza. And that's normally the big mistakes that athletes make.
Single shido against Bienkowska. That's the only mark on the board at the moment. 40 odd seconds left to go.
Well, both got very strong gripping styles there. Restricting themselves really quite considerably there. Good reaction, but stepped right behind and walked onto that uchimata. A real mistake there from the Russian, who now gets dragged back. And Kauska there is now looking for an opportunity, but timing was perfect on that, wasn't it? And yes, she knows that, and she knows she made a silly
error there. She wanted to make something happen.
Well, she tried to get a reaction, but what she didn't get was the reaction, and it wasn't the right reaction. Her opponent didn't react to step through. What she did was step in with the uchimata.
And she left herself
in a bad position. She left herself open. Yeah. She didn't have a follow-up if it didn't happen. So there wasn't that double staging of an engagement. And as you can see, she came round the back, but she didn't have any other options if she didn't get her opponent to react the way she wanted. So really walked onto the uchimata.
Is there that movement, when she could have gone for the Taniotoshi, it was there. She puts her foot down instead of saying, I'm going to go for this. But it was a feint.
It was a fake attack. What she wanted, she overstretched herself too deep. So instead of using your upper body control to get the reaction from your opponent, she over-exaggerated on the legs. So as you can see, that leg stretched too far behind, where she needed to be more upright, use the arms, get the reaction, and she could, if she had thought about it, could have stepped back in front with the Taitoshi.
Step back in front, exactly.
And she didn't. She stopped because she engaged and put all her weight on the attacking leg.
Well, here is Pop Reka now of Hungary. She's up against Wu Shugen of China. It's Pop in the white judogi, Wu in blue. And we were talking this morning about the difficult pool that Pop Reka was in. She's in that pool of Delgado, Pienkovska now, not Kuznetsova. Kuznetsova is out. And Kitsu, Andrea Kitsu, that will be in the upcoming contest. Did Wu Shugen win in Hauta or Hohot the last time round? I'm going to have a look. I know she medalled. She must have medalled with the Chinese, but she may very well.
Well, Pop, she in Zagreb last year was silver medalist, and Antalya was this year bronze medalist. So she's picked up a couple of the Grand Prix medals. Quite comfortable being on a podium. She's here. She has the advantage of being on home soil.
Wu Shugen lost to Abe Uta of Japan in that final in Hohot, having defeated Ganbold of Mongolia, Schopp of Switzerland, Park of Korea, and Perez Box of Spain, losing out to Abe in that final. It's the last. Well, it's a couple of Grand Prix ago now. In between that, we've had Zagreb, haven't we?
Yeah.
A couple of Grand Prix away. Picked up a silver medal. The Hungarian, very strong right hand lapel grip, as you can see there. Leaves the elbow popping up too high when she stepped across with the Uchimata. Didn't really get the power generated through it. Wu comes in with the Cianagi. There could be an upset on that too. Underweight, Defend Primo of Israel, the youngster from Israel.
That's
they've just taken
match.
a second Shido off Odette Giuffrida. She'd be giving a second Shido. She's just gone down to 1, so maybe not as bad as it looked originally. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that one. There's a minute odd left to go in that.
Well, Pop really battling here. She's got very, very strong grips, making Wu look very passive out there. Another Cianagi attempt that looked more a drop to get out of trouble with the extreme grips, and has paid the penalty for that now. So 2 Shidos apiece, well, a Shido apiece. She just really powering her out there. Looks very comfortable in this match. As we know, Wu, she's good at the Cianagis, but she really needs to have to move the Hungarian to get that score. Reka Pup, she's not moving too far off the centre point. Now that was an opportunity there for her, but didn't get the hips in deep enough. And there's the second for Wu, in for that drop underneath.
She's too tentative. You know, you've got to put yourself out a bit here. She's a little bit, reluctant to throw everything at it.
Well, Pop she does really well with the grips. She controls, and once more Wu on her knees, looking very passive. Pop comes through with the Niwaza. Lost a little bit of control, but that throwing the arm over the top, that was nicely done.
I like that for
controlled
a score.
well. And it should have been yeah, there it is, a score, and with 8 seconds to go, that was a great win for Rekha Pup.
She wanted to give that, you know, you saw the hand going out and then she thought, I'm not sure about that, but a colleague said, yeah, that was a good score. Rekha is over the first hurdle, which is Wu Shugan of China. With a lot of experience as the Chinese fighter, but it's the Hungarian who squeezes past on the back of this Kojigari that brings Wu Shugan down onto her side.
Right, maybe we can go across to mat number 2.
Yeah, let's have a look and see.
Or is it? It's just gone off.
Finished. Yeah, and it was Odette Giuffrida who came back with a single score of Rosari to win out there. But we can stay here because Abdullah Abdul-Jalilov of Russia is up against Imad Basu of Morocco. It's Abdul-Jalilov in the white judogi, Basu in blue. Let's see how Abdul-Jalilov gets on in this one. He's one of the seeded.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the second seeded athlete
top of pool seed.
Yeah. No, he's top of pool, second seed.
Yep.
Zantaraya being number 1. Basu, though, for me, he's got nice judo. He's an exciting judo player. He's not one that you would give too many opportunities to. You have to really clamp him down. He's very explosive, especially when he has the Osotogari, throws that leg over deep, straight off the grip, and nicely done, Wazari.
Basu is a danger man.
Oh, he is just so dangerous. What I like about him, he's so upright and he moves so nicely on the tatami.
The difficulty for Basu is to hold on to that lead now against someone of Abdul-Jalilov's quality.
Yeah.
That's going to be the difficulty.
But he's still very light. Straight off the grip, straight away he comes in for the attack. No sooner gets his hands on his opponent's gi, his legs go across, the Osotogari, the Ashiwazas are there. No, he's very, very dangerous, as you can see here. Well, it was really the Russians' attempt of an attack, and it was a counter with the Osotogari. He just was able to react so nicely. The Sianagi drops through there.
It's one thing when... Sorry, go on.
And he's still back up. No sooner he's back on his feet, he's attacking again. Look at the pressure he's putting on the Russian.
It's one thing when a fighter from one of the countries that is not as recognized, let's put it that way. It's one thing when they come up with some attacking scores and everything. When they start coming up with counters of top players, because you know the Russians, top draw players, when you can counter a top draw Russian, that is quality.
Yeah, well, what we've seen over the past few years, the Moroccans have had a lot of exposure at world-class events coming to sort of African areas, haven't they?
True.
And it just seems to, their successes have gotten stronger and stronger. That exposure is actually helping them.
Junior World Championships,
yes,
Masters,
Grand Prix,
Open, and now the Grand Prix.
So the
World Open. Yeah.
There's a lot of resources, financial resources going into Morocco, and I think this is really, you're seeing the benefits of this. Again, a Sianagi attempt there, a little bit under pressure. It didn't feel like he needed to do that, but as you can see, the Russian now, right through. That was a lovely Sianagi there.
That's the
but it's halfway, and already the threat, it's a long way to go still in this contest. And really, do you feel that he's just upset him rather than actually the Siotoshi attempt there? Basu now looking for the Niwaza. I think this is a bit of a playing for time there as well.
Do anything now.
That's it. You've just got to stay very, very busy. What's good though is that there's no Shidos on the board as yet, but we've still got 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Abduzaliov there really now under pressure. He's starting to changed the pace and the dynamics of this contest. He's putting the pressure on the Moroccan. There's no doubt about it. He's starting to disengage in this contest, which can be dangerous. I came in for the Osotogari. He didn't have a good, strong controlling grip. The Sianagi was there as well. But like I said, with the Moroccan Bossou, he really can react. He's got good feel of judo. So he can react. We did that Osotogari and he managed to get himself off it. Even though it was a poor attack, he reacted well.
I don't think he's going to get penalised out of the contest now. There's a minute to go. He hasn't picked up a penalty yet. He can pick up 2 if he's clever. He can work this, but he's got to avoid being thrown.
I think this is the biggest risk. I think he's got more chance of getting thrown for 10 here. But, well, that can be a penalty there because that was really under pressure and he dropped. He didn't really have control.
Might get away with it.
He might, because he did have his hand in the hand.
Yeah, but hand slipped off and they've said no, not good enough. So there's the first. Problem with that is you picked it up with 50 odd seconds left to go.
Yeah.
So you can afford one more. Abdul Jalilov now has got to make sure that he scores. He also has to make sure that he doesn't get countered.
Yeah.
Because one thing that Basu knows is the Russian is coming for him.
Well, Basu is still got a lot of energy. He's still got plenty in the tank, but he's defending. Oh!
Couldn't keep him out. Couldn't keep him out.
It was just a matter of time, wasn't it? Oh, Abduzaliov. Well, he had to really work for this, didn't he? He wasn't going to get his own way.
What do we say about the 40-second mark?
Yeah,
look at
you
it,
said
right
it
on the 40-second mark. Again.
Oh, goodness. Well, that was superb. Sodi, he got a reaction. He tried to counter it. He came round the wrong way and walked straight onto it. And that was some nice bit of judo. But my goodness me, did he have to work for that?
I can't believe how many times at 40 seconds. It's just, there's something
the
that
engagement,
them,
40 seconds, then another second to rotate and rotate again. But he wrapped his whole body around Basu. There was really very little for him to go. Nice bit of judo, but Abduzaliov will be thinking, goodness, I had to do some work for that. Now we have Van Harden representing the Netherlands in the white, and up for Japan, Tagawa Kenzo in the blue. This is the second round of the under 66 kilo category. One of the largest weight categories, 61 athletes participating, and the list is endless of quality athletes participating here for prestigious and very important Olympic qualification points. Tagawa, they're looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Van Harten with a Shiro on the board, a youngster coming through from the Netherlands quite nicely, building up on his confidence and exposure on a world senior circuit. He's up against a tough opponent here though today. Sianagi attempt, he's got the lift, he just over maneuvered himself through that Sianagi. Tagawa gets the grip, but rides off the attack of the Dutchman. Still really hasn't settled in as well as he would hope for in this contest, playing a bit of a chasing game to catch up with Van Herten, who doesn't want to settle in here at all. He keeps himself very agile, maneuvering around Tagawa, so not to engage up with the strong kumikata. And also what he has to be careful of is the ashiwazas from the Japanese, are very skillful with their feet. And that little bit of a bounce that the Dutchman has can be sometimes very dangerous. Well, he's got the grips now, he's engaging there, he's pulling down on that sleeve, but still isn't as settled as he would hope for. Van Herten doing extremely well against his Japanese opponent. Attempts a Sutemi Waza attempt there on the edge of the contest area, but slightly under pressure there. And got to be careful. He's picked up one Shido already with 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining in this contest. Van Herten trails with a Shido. Ashiwazas, Sinagi counter. Circling motions once more, Van Herten coming round the side rather than directly onto his opponent. Takes the lapel, he prefers that left hand on the lapel as he tries to control the sleeve. Sutemi Waza, the Tomonagi, nicely controlled there. Didn't get the finish that he was hoping for, but nevertheless a good Tomonagi and a good attack from Tagawa. Ashiwaza's attempt there against Verhoeven, and Van Herten once more working away down into the Niwaza, trying to look for an opportunity there. Hooks in, but it's a bit of a 50-50 here, but a nice bit of turnover here as he rotates him over. Lovely bit of groundwork. Sadly didn't have a finishing edge to it, but still some nice judo there from this young man from the Netherlands. So golden score now. One Shido in it. Van Herten really has, up until now, dominated the pace and the direction this contest has gone. He's shown some real maturity in his judo and some lovely bit of Niwaza. Very confident young athlete. Koichi, nice attack, scoring a Wazari, and the win goes for Tagawa. So sadly for Van Herten, it was a good match, definitely well, hard fought throughout, dominated, but sadly in the golden score, a slight lack of concentration cost him the round. Now we come on to the second round of the under-6, staying with this quarter in Pool C, and Olenik of Portugal in white, Naglashvili of Georgia, nicely executing the Uchimata, following on from the first round. Naglishvili looking very, very strong today. Nice judo he's displayed already in the first round. Uchigari there, falling off from the Uchimata we saw just with seconds ago. Just really completely dominating here at this moment the very experienced Portuguese athlete. Taitoshi, endless the techniques that this young man from Georgia can produce. Uchigari, the Uchimata, and now the Taitoshi scoring a Wazari Seti upon, and a very swift move through to the third round of this under 66 kilo category. So Nagliashvili there, as you can see the highlights, that Taitoshi stepping across nicely to score the Wazari. He already had one Wazari. The Uchimata, the Uchigari was a very close call for a Wazari, but then sealed it with that very low Taitoshi to finishing off. Beautiful bit of judo, a real threat and a real contender for the top spot here today in this weight category. Well, now we have Sidel Iadov of Ukraine in the blue, Germany in the white. Now, it was a bit of a slow start for Sidel. He was challenged a bit in the first match. So we're just needing a bit of a warm-up. When he was against the Hungarian Boras, who gave a really good account of himself here on Hun soil. Yadadov stepping across there, looking to attack that left leg to stumble Sidel forward. Really not as effective as he would hope for. Well, Sidel doing really well, controlling, as we saw in the previous match, he controls that arm very, very nicely. He did it with the Hungarian. Ties it up very, very nicely, but he still has a lot of work to get that leg out. As you can see, it's right up past the knee across the thigh, which is always a very difficult thing to do. Yadov has, as you can see there, the Ukraine with that left hand high on the collar, the elbow tucked in quite nicely. It's a very strong kumikata. Needs to follow it through though with an attack. So far he's just controlling nicely, and Sidel looking a little bit apprehensive, but steps across. To be Oguruma, but dropped it down to try and rescue it through a Taitoshi. Overstretched himself a little bit too much there. Kosota attempt there from Yadov. Again, once more, that high collar grip, draws his opponent head to head. Elbow tucked in nicely, piling a lot of pressure on there. Comes round the foot, just a tap, but really not engagement, just looking for a reaction. But Sidel does well and stumbles his opponent down into the knee waza, attempts the Sutemi was a Sumigeshi turnover there. So Yadov there picks up the first Shido with 47 seconds remaining in the contest. Now, up until now, Sidel has controlled this contest very nicely, has put much more attacks in, but his gripping skills haven't been as strong as the Ukraine's and as threatening. So there's a lot of attacks being put under pressure from the German. Once more, the Ukraine, as you can see, with the high collar grip, elbow tucked in, comes round the back. German reacts quite nicely. Sidel stumbling his opponent, breaking up any concentration that he has in following through with an attack, and Sidel now straight into the knee waza. Oh, he's very strong in his ground. We've seen him earlier on.
It's the second time we've seen him this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, he defeated Boros in the knee waza, so his groundwork is very clever there, but he was challenged quite considerably against the young Hungarian, but once more has got the edge in this contest. Yadov has the stronger of the kumikata, but doesn't seem to react very quickly off that. He's picked up a Shido.
We saw both of them.
Yes. Yadov defeated Sebastian Perez of Chile earlier on. Not a match that challenged him too much, I suppose, but a couple of Cianagis that put him on his toes a little bit, but other than that, he had a nice transition through to the second round. But oh, lovely control there. Yadov there takes it for Ippon in the golden score. A real mistake from Sidel, just one action too many. Came over the top far too deep, tried to turn, got blocked from the Ukraine, and the upper body control of that left hand that tucked under and over the back of the head was the rotation that got his opponent Sidel onto his back. Nicely done, and a great win for the Ukraine.
Well, we were going to see Teresa Stoll. She's on the adjoining mat, but we're going to stay on mat 2 because her sister's on, Amelie Stoll, and she's up against the number 2 seed, Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. So, yep, we could have gone to see the number 1 seed, but we've got the number 2, and it's one of the Stolls anyway.
Yes,
so
yeah.
even
and Emily did well in her first round. She was very strong in the opening round, and looks a real contender today for a place on the podium.
So I don't think that Mum or Dad will complain if we
No,
stayed
I don't
here.
think so. No. Nielsen-Levy, very strong athlete from Israel, though they've got some great athletes coming through from the Israeli team, and the women very, very strong, and for the men they seem to have a good program that is starting to show on the podiums. Cross grip. Emily coming round at the back now, trying to control that shoulder. There's a bit of a block there from Nelson-Levy.
Just changed the grip now, it's a little bit more threatening.
Makokomi attempt there.
No right side.
No.
That was just to get out there, wasn't it? She
It.
was straight down to the ground.
But there you have Nelson-Levy with that right high collar grip, elbow tucked in again. Very strong gripping style. It really is. It's very effective. And we've seen quite a few athletes now mastering that. But the problem is when they dig in too deep, they have to release at some stage to be able to enter into an attack. Ouchigari, beautifully done. Really persevered with that Ouchigari, even though she was very vulnerable. And there, Nielsen-Levy looking for the arm lock. Emily did very well there to get herself out of what looked to be a very serious situation there. Stoll with the cross grip, arm round the back, trying to control her opponent's right sleeve. Doesn't do it very well, gets her head caught up there, as you can see, and decides to try and come round the back, but leaves herself a little bit vulnerable on her left side. Nielsen-Levy circling around her opponent, takes the sleeve there. Stoll controlling that sleeve, quickly dismissed by Nielsen-Levy. And Stoll has that arm tucked under quite nicely. Hooks in for the Ouchigari, which we saw a couple of times in a previous match, which was very effective, winning ingredient for her going through to the second round.
There's just one on the adjoining map, by the way. Theresa Stoll is through to the next round.
That's a nice bit of Niwaza there. The Sangaku legs all tied up as she tries to come and rotate her opponent firstly over her own body. Now she tries to come over the top. Really, Stoll must be incredibly strong to be able to defend in that position that she did for so long. Two Shidos to Emily Stoll at this moment. One more, as we know, would result in the hand sokumaki, so she has to be very careful not to give away any value. Ouchigari, and there you have it once more. Ippon scored Ouchigari. A little bit of a favourite for her.
So both the Stoll sisters winning by Ippon. It's quite a turn up, really. Knocking off the number 2 seed. It's done and dusted already.
Yeah. Is it the number Deguchi?
Yeah, she's been on and off.
Just right, Deguchi goes through. So
3 penalties picked up by her opponent. We could go down to map number 1, I suppose. Who's coming up in the under 66
Moldovan
kilo category? He's just finished, he's just won now. Having a look to see who's coming up next. Denis Vieru. There's Chrysostomo and Anza Adanov. Chrysostomo of Portugal in the white judogi, Anza Adanov of Russia in the blue. It was Adanov who defeated Wanda Mateo of the Dominican Republic.
Yes, that was
first thing this morning.
Yeah, that was nice.
Let's have a look and see how Chrysostomo gets on against Adanov.
Chrysostomo there with the drop under his opponent. A little bit loose there. Wasn't as effective as he was hoping for. Danov, nice strong kumikata, comes over the belt this time as Sutemi was her attempt there. Danov really looking very threatening out there. Takes the right hand on the lapel, he puts that right leg through the hips. Oh, walks onto the Sianagi, a very dangerous move. Aldanov there with Uchimata. In a lot deeper there, but still left that elbow, that right elbow sticking up in the air. Lost the lifting power that he required off that Uchimata. Russian coming in once more. That left hand, the right hand over the top. Just needs to connect a little bit quicker, but Chrysostomo reacts very sharply off the grips of the Russian, which makes him look a little bit passive out there. One Shido now divides these athletes. A minute and a half remaining in the contest. You can see the right hand on the lapel, steps across, stretching himself for almost the Taitoshi, but settling for an attempt of the Uchimata. That cross grip with the right hand this time coming round the back. Ardanov slightly frustrated and not been able to connect for longer periods of time with the kumikata. Chrysostomo really tactically doing very well in this contest. As soon as the engaging of grips, he's straight into the attack, breaking up any threat that the Russian has against him. Cross grip, comes round the back, hooks him with the Uchimata, rides the Uchimata, but the Portuguese was prepared for that this time.
Half a minute left to go. Ardanov is the one with the penalty against him.
Oh, that was a continuous move, and yep, and definitely scores a Wazari for that.
No doubt. So
with 18 seconds to go, can the Russian come back? Well, he's battled away. We have seen him come back. He's made itself easy for himself throughout this competition. Been in the first round, but it looks like he's picked up a slight rib injury there, which is not going to help.
Upset on the cards here.
I don't know, throwing that arm over the top, as you can see.
He's in pain.
He dropped like a stone there, really was uncomfortable.
He gave him a force attack penalty as well.
Yep. Well, he did
That's
drop
harsh.
like a...
He's got nothing.
No, he's struggled. Yeah, he's bounced a rib of some sort there, and if anyone's ever had that, it's the most painful thing to ever have happen to you. You're better off sometimes breaking a rib than having them bounced. And he does, he looks in pain there.
And Borowska has just beaten Sanne Verhagen. So that gives us the chance to go to mat number 3. I'm just going to see Sanne Verhagen bowing off. Borowska of Poland through to the next round. Is that the second Polish fighter that we've seen win through? Pienkowska defeated Kuznetsova. What have we got now then? Oh, it's Nagayama. Ryuju. We went to the wrong mat. Sorry, no, mat number 1. I beg your pardon. We're going to go down to mat number 1. Unless Nagayama is the number 1 seed in the 60 kilo category. He is, beg your pardon, yeah, we'll stay here. Nagayama Ryuju of Japan faces Mohan Bam of Nepal. It's Nagayama in the white judogi, Bam in blue, and with the greatest respect to Bam, it's possible that we'll get to see the Klimke contest anyway.
Yep. Hopefully.
Depending on how Nagayama deals with him.
Well, he's got a very strong controlling grip there, and Bam looking very apprehensive, isn't he? He really is disengaged.
Uchimata, you think? From Nagayama? With Bam bending over like that?
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? A Koso to get a reaction, he'll either use the Ashiwaza. Nagayama, as you can see, with the side skip, setting up the Ashiwaza, but Bam, under a lot of pressure, drops once more. That's the second Shido, and I think he might not even get an opportunity to throw, to be honest. I think another false attack from this young man from Nepal.
We won't get an opportunity to see the round 2 contest with Klimke and Jung because
well, it's nice to see that sort of style of judo coming in rather than the 3 penalties that was really predicted there.
Yeah, Klimke defeated Jung Wen down on mat number 1.
Well, that was a good result. Whoa,
so tight.
Sodi lifted up, beautifully done. Elbow tucked in very nicely indeed. Came down on one knee and then went straight back up, very upright, very powerful indeed.
Yeah, mat 2, if we can go to mat 2 please. In the under 60 kilo category. We're going to get a slightly more interesting contest there between Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. He's going to be up against Matthias Turbots of Slovenia. Right, so let's see if we can go to mat number 2 then, please. Shvidabadze in the white judogi.
Just nicely securing the Osakomi for a pon.
Yeah, we just snuck in there to see the back end of that. Shvidabadze gives Turbots a helping hand. Disappointment for the Slovenian, an early exit.
It was a terrible draw he had today.
Right, we're going to see Vadim Alipiev of Bulgaria. He's going to go up against Roy Koffeiberg of the Netherlands. It's Alipiev in the white judogi, Koffeiberg in blue. I think that's the one that we're going to stick with. Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
As you just see the athletes approaching the contest area now. Kofiberg straight in there on the mat, waiting for his opponent. Alpiev biding his time, really not going to be rushed into doing anything that he doesn't want to. Side skips his opponent to the edge of the contest area. Very poor judgment as far as that drop was concerned. Really didn't have any turn on that at all. Very lucky not to pick up a penalty. Kofiberg there with bouncing action. Steps with an ashiwaza to stumble his opponent. Kuriashihara attempt there. Alpiev stepping across, drops once more to his face in the niwaza. Well, for Kofiberg, this is his first match of the day. Alpiev defeated Yadav, I should say.
Of India.
Mm.
There's a Yadav playing his trade in England at the moment, but that's in another sport. We won't go there.
Yeah.
No score yet, 2.5 minutes left to go. I saw Telma Montero walking.
Oh, nice. Just clipped the back of the knee with the attack, scoring a Wazari. Kofiberg taking the lead now with halfway to go in this contest.
Yeah, Telma Montero was making her way to the tatami. So she'll be on there soon. And then I thought I saw Sabrina Filtmerzer as well.
Filtmerzer, yeah, they're up.
Yeah,
there
just
she
on
is.
the left-hand side.
Very
Yeah.
tall athlete, isn't she? Very tall and slender.
And that is the contest.
Yes.
Telma Montero and Sabrina Filtmerzer. What a battle that is.
That's going to be a very tough one.
You may want to go and watch that one.
Montero, she likes the tall girls though, doesn't she? She gets right underneath there and causes quite a few upsets.
Right. Should we?
Oh,
that's
yes.
a nice turn. I don't know if you're going to score
turn
with that though.
Yeah, well, I think I would have thought it was the other way as a
Yeah,
counter.
absolutely.
So it would have been a Wazari Aseti upon.
It's the second time on mat 2.
Yep.
That they've the scoreboard operator has pushed it. It's okay, you can say.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think, well, it was the same referee that called that the last one that we had there as well. Called a Wazari, it was downgraded to a, called it on, it was downgraded to a Wazari. That
but
one.
I'm okay with that because I thought it looked like a Wazari, but for Kofiberg.
Yes, definitely for Kofiberg.
But the scoreboard operator pressed it for the Bulgarian.
Alpiev.
So, you know,
yes, yeah.
she may have got the score wrong, but the scoreboard operator got it for the wrong person altogether. That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Second time that the score's been either removed altogether or downgraded.
Yes.
But the second time the scoreboard said they're not helping themselves, that team.
Interesting to see that battle. It most probably was just a reaction as he was stumbling.
He just went across his backside, I think, you know, and he got away with it. But, you know, again,
at first glance,
it looked okay to me.
Good.
But definitely for Roy Kofiberg, no chance of Alpiev getting that. In actual fact, he was complaining about the score. You could see him putting his hands up, complaining about the score. And in the end, he was correct.
On mat number 4, we've got Rafael Silva, the Olympic champion.
Leilani Akiyama of the United States of America, if you want to watch that one.
That'll be an interesting match.
Or Thelma Montero and Sabrina Filzmerger down on mat 1. Choice is yours.
So some good matches coming up. 22 seconds remaining in this contest, and Koffenberg has fought a very strong match here against his Bulgarian opponent, Alpiev. He attempts a Sianagi there, really. So Shido now being switched to Roy Koffenberg.
I just saw Adonis Diaz taking to
mat
number 3.
That'd be a very interesting match to go across to.
Let's just have a look and see who it is that he's up against. Maurice Plafke, he's not a bad young boy,
strong,
the German.
Very strong young lad coming through for Germany.
Right, Koffenberg wins this one. Let's go to mat 3. We're going to take a look at a round 2 contest between Adonis Diaz of the United States of America and Moritz Plafke of Germany. It's Diaz in the white judogi, Plafke in blue. There's no score yet, and we've only had the first 15 seconds or so. I like the advertising hoardings in the background. Nemetzi Sport. What kind of newspaper do you think that is? You can just tell from the type of advertising. Okay, we're not looking at the Times or something, are we? Nemetzi Sport.
The electronic advertising boards are very good, aren't they? It's
yeah, I like the way that right at the ends you've got the scoreboards attached to them. Yeah, down on mat number 4, Julia Kowalczyk of Poland and Davy Karthaus of the Netherlands. We're sticking with Diaz and Plafke. Things are just beginning to warm up a little bit now with the matchups as we get through some of the earlier rounds. What do you think, Loretta?
Definitely, yeah. We've had some interesting first rounds. Ones that you would expect to come through quite nicely, and others there was a little bit of a rocky start for one or two that really had to work for their second rounds. But here we have Adonis Diaz nicely finishing off with the Juji Kitami, the German, who looks to be a little bit in stress here.
Held on for a little bit too long.
A little bit too long, yeah, definitely. And hopefully not too serious, because it's with the World Championships coming up soon, it's not something you want to be nursing for the next month as an injury. And
Adonis is one of the nicest guys
He's
on the circuit.
He's a lovely guy, isn't he? So, but that's where it was. It was already there. The pressure was on. He just let it go, just that little bit too long. Very, very good, Juji Kitami.
Just the time it took for him to let go and to tap, that was when the pressure was really on, and there's nothing, harsh from Adonis there at all. No. Just took a little bit too long to tap. Could have tapped with his feet.
Yeah. It's surprising. It's surprising how athletes panic and forget that there's other ways, other methods of acknowledging that they need to tap up, get that submission.
Could have said it in Japanese. How many times have you said it? I know. Never.
You never just give up.
No way.
Never give up.
I knew the answer to that before I asked it. You might tap once in a while, but no, you can say, my tap.
No chance. You keep it going. It's a hard thing to do. It really is. Not the most sensible thing to do, but it is.
Inventive. From Jakadea. Sue Rilega of China is up against Tonika Jakadea of the Netherlands. I think Sue is from Uherhalter.
You love that word, don't you?
Uherhalter. It took us forever to learn it. I learnt that with the IGF media director.
Oh right, yes.
Mark Pickering, and we were so thrilled at being able to say it that we thought, well, we'll use it once in a while.
You actually impressed everyone when you were over there, when you used it that often that everyone was so surprised that you got it right.
I think the word you're looking for is bored. You're being very nice, but I think I've bored everyone senseless.
There's a few surprised people.
2 penalties picked up by Sue.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here at this moment.
Time left on the clock.
Chakadeo. Oh! Sodi attempt there. Came over the back way. Scoring was Ippon. So let's have another look at that. Came across. Oh! Just plonked him over the back of his head, really. Didn't really get the lift.
One way of doing it, isn't it?
Yep, nicely done. No argument with that. Chakadeo goes through for the Netherlands into the 3rd round of the under 60 kilos. And he'll be up against Adonis Diaz.
Ooh. Good luck with that one.
That's going to be interesting.
That is going to be a tough contest. We've got round 2 of the under 48 kilo category starting, and we've got the number 1 seed, Milica Nikolic of Serbia, faces Anastasia Pavlenko of Russia. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Pavlenko in blue.
Very matured young lady, 37 years of age.
Who's that?
Nikolic.
You're kidding? No way.
Double check. I'm sure I saw that, and I thought, that shocks me.
I'm completely shocked. No, it can't be.
I'll double check, but I thought I'd seen that.
No.
Unless my eyes deceived me.
She's just a kid. I'd say 24, 25, max.
Maybe I picked up the wrong person, I don't know, but
24,
I was a bit
25,
surprised. I was a bit surprised.
Ganbat Bolbatan has just won his contest on map 2. That's in the under 60 kilo category. Over Hugo Vieru. There's a golden score contest taking place down on map number 4 between Julia Kowalczyk of Poland and David Karthaus of the Netherlands. We could ask Igor Kuhn, he's from Serbia, he's just a few feet away from us, he's standing just here.
Yes, Igor.
There is Igor Kuhn. Loretta Cusack-Doyle has a question for you. It's about the number 1 seed in the... Oh, that was beautifully done.
Milica Nikolic.
Milica Nikolic. How old is she?
How old is she?
He's got to get his phone out.
He's going to Google it as well.
No, I think he's got her number. but not her age.
No, we don't have her.
We used to, we don't have it any longer. Oh, you've got, you know, extra access.
Yes.
Look at this. That is so beautifully done off the sleeve there. Have another look at this, Loretta. Talk us through that.
Well, there was this Sodi. Oh my goodness. Instead of getting the rotation around, she actually head dived forward, but her head didn't connect. She got the lift, but how low to the ground did she go before? Literally, the head was going between the legs.
She was.
It was like a forward roll that she was doing, like a ukemi with her opponent on her back.
But always had really nice use of the hands there. And that sleeve pulled all the way
beautifully done.
Through.
The sleeve was over the shoulder, the other one was under the arm.
Under the arm.
So when she pulled down and the head went through, she catapulted her over the top. That was really interesting. 94.
Right. Li Yanan of China.
So she's 26 24.
24.
20,
That's
yeah,
what I thought.
24.
24, 25.
24.
Yeah. Katharina Mentz of Germany. It's Lee in the white judogi, Mentz in blue. Kowalczyk and Kartau still battling it away down on mat number 4. The referee's called Mate down there, so I suppose he's going to penalise someone. And it's Kartau who picks up the penalty. That's a third penalty to the Dutch fighter. It's Julia Kowalczyk who goes through to the third round. I think there are 3 rounds, a quarter-final and a semi-final and a final. Right, so a chance to have a look at Li Yanan and Katharina Mentz. We've already lost Wu Shugan. That was in the 52 kilo category, so just the one Chinese fighter at 48.
Nikola Nikolic is the one that was 37.
Oh, right, okay, close.
Close. Not close enough.
Well, Nikola Milica and both Nikolic, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
We're going to go to map number 4. The contest underway there is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. He's up against Vida Andras of Hungary. Papinashvili in the white judogi, Vida in blue. There's no score as yet. We've got 3.5 minutes left to go. Where is Papinashvili as far as the seeds? Is he the number 3 seed? He is, number 3 seed. Yeah. We're jumping around a little bit, but that is going to happen with the commentated channel. If you want to stick with one mat and one group of fighters, then you just click on that mat and you will get that. But Loretta and I are going to jump around.
Yeah,
Loretta.
well, Papinashvili is really an exciting athlete to watch. He's one that was on my list of athletes to keep an eye out on. And that is the reason why we keep a real eye on this young man. Maybe overspun it slightly on there, lost a bit of control for it to be upon. Well, it's downgraded to a Wazari now. But the height was there and it looked as if it was going to be upon, but there was a slight change. An overspin on it.
There's an old saying, don't score the flight. Exactly. Score the landing. And unfortunately, the man in the middle there was guilty of scoring the flight. I know it's harsh, but...
Kochigari Wazari.
Yeah, done now.
Yeah.
But it's there for everyone to see. We're not picking at him. It's just we're just stating a fact there. It's not. That's just not our opinion. That's what the score he gave it on.
And in general, it's quite easy to be able to go. Oh, it's so dynamic.
Yeah.
He's up in the air. He's flying, and it's just a very fine tweaking that turns it to being from a nippon to a Wazari. And in fairness to the referee, he was on the opposite side. He was on the wrong side of seeing that landing.
Yeah, we'll give him that thing. We won't leave Joachim Gomez and Brian Jolly. We'll stick around here, but I think the contest coming up on mat 3 is where we're going to have a look at. But for the time being, we're going to hang on here. It's Gomez in the white judogi, Jolly in blue. And let's have another look at Papinashvili.
Well, definitely a very positive approach to this contest. Now we have Gomez. He drops under his opponent quite nicely there. Jolly does well to rescue it. Pulls in his opponent between the legs to try and rescue the Niwaza. Gomez looking very strong, drawing his opponent head down and bringing him to his opponent to his knees, making him look quite passive out there. And Jolly slipped there, lost control, went over on his ankle slightly, but has a Shido anyway. This Australian really is struggling quite a bit now against the overpowering control of Gomez. Kimikata very strong. Now following it through and trying to create something in the Niwaza. Gomez piling on the pressure there. Secures the Osakomi there though. Oh no, he doesn't. Looked as if he was about to do it.
Oh, he's still on. Yeah.
Can't see the scoreboard from this angle, but you're obviously looking.
I have to stand up to have a look at it. Just blocked by the advertising holdings, but he hang on to that one. Now there's a golden score contest taking place on mat number 2, but I think that one is about to come to an end. And before we get involved with this one, we may go down there. We may go down there to have a look and see what they're doing. Yeah, so let's go and have a look at mat number 3 then. Lee Yanan in the white judogi is up against Katharina Mentz of Germany in blue. Ogazov just took to the mat in the under 60 kilo category. I was wondering where he was seeded. Amigos, Shridabadze. No, he wasn't, so we're okay then. Battle between this pair. Yes, brought down onto the side and then onto her front, I think. She was turning off that, but for me there was enough of a landing there to give that as a score. And in the end he does. It's away from him. He needs the help of his 2 contest judges who've got the better view, to be honest. They've got the view that we've got from that camera, and that certainly looked like Rosari from Katharina Mentz with the big Ouchigari. If you just look at the landing there, is down on the side. She goes onto her front afterwards, but it's the landing there, down on the side, that tells you. Yeah. And then onto her front. Right. In the under 57 kilo category then, Endo Hiromi of Japan faces Mary D. Vargas Lee of Chile. It's Endo in the white judogi, Vargas Lee in blue. What a Sunage from Endo that ends up with the Japanese and with a chance for the turnover here into Sangaku Gatami. Vargas Lee is up to defending against that. Half a minute gone. nicely worked that little counter there, Uchimata from Endo, and Vargas-Lee being put on her back. So that one didn't detain us for too long. Yeah, okay. Good. Did any flip on for that, I suppose. We're just missing Giovanni Whiteboy from South Africa. Not sure where she is. I saw her in the warm-up area earlier on, and there's no sign of her there unless she's had to change her judogi at short notice. That's really unusual. She was in the warm-up area, everything was going well. What's going on there then? Absolutely bizarre situation. I can see the South African coach in the background there. Why did he not come and said something? And how is it that we've got to this point and the player isn't there? One of the staff is coming up now with some information. And eventually, Whiteboy makes an appearance, but it really has got to do with the back of house organisation there. That one fell down, which is really unusual. They're always so sharp and so smart with getting the players to the tatami at the right time. Very unusual. Anyway, it's Whiteboy in the white judogi, Milani, the Italian, having been kept waiting for a little bit, and there was a change in the gi. That's one of our gis that the South African is wearing. She picks up the penalty for just guarding her judogi with her hand. A little sumigeshi effort that just released the pressure of the strong grip from Milani. Wasn't a bad little effort either. Oh, really caught there though. Couldn't get off it. Leg left. Ojigari brings the South African down. Here's the hook in with the left leg. It was the right leg, right-sided Ojigari. I beg your pardon. Whatever it was hip on at the end. Right, we're going to go down to mat number 1. Coming up next will be Paula Pareto of Argentina, the current Olympic champion at under 48 kilos. She faces Natalia Brigida of Brazil. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Brigida in blue. And as I said, it's funny how you end up fighting someone from your own continent, despite the fact that the numbers are so big. Just coincidence. I'm not sure if the number one spot at 48 kilos has been sorted out in Brazil as yet. It was a different matter last time round when you had the Brazilians able to enter whomsoever they wished in that weight category because they were the host nation. Now they have to qualify, and Natalia Brigida is quite a way off the pace. She hasn't been competing for a while. She's behind Sarah Menezes, Gabriela Chibana, and more importantly, I suppose, Stephanie Koyama. Those three are ahead of Natalia Brigida. I'm not sure why it is that she hasn't been competing for a while. But we haven't seen her. Didn't see her for quite a while. All of last year. I can't remember having seen her for all of last year. She could have been injured. I'll ask the Brazilian coach actually why it was that Natalia Brigida was off quite a while. Picked up a bronze medal at the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi in 2016, and after that, October 2016 until now. All of 2017 was off. Single Shido against the Argentinian with a little under 2 minutes left to go. Shido has been taken off, and now it's gone against Natalia Brigida. A reasonable effort there from Natalia Brigida, and then an attempted counter from Pareto. Neither of them scored. There's a penalty apiece on the board now. Natalia Brigida may want to try and make something happen here. It's too dangerous to try and wait around for It's up to the Brazilian to try and make something happen here. Yeah, both the fighting styles of both of these doesn't make for the most attractive. They're very low, and all their attacks are really low. Quite often end up going nowhere except their knees.
The next contest on the review, second round, women under 14 kilograms. In one jury, representing Australia, Caroline Hay. In blue jury, representing Spain, Paula Figueroa.
Almost with the counter, and now a chance to work on the arm, but Barretto's got that blocked. Good effort here from Natalia Brigida, having been off for so long. Stepping back into Grand-Prix Judo, and then your opening contest is against the current Olympic champion. That is a tough ask. Couldn't change direction. She almost had Pareto going there. Just isn't sharp yet, Natalia Brigida. Although she did beat Laura Martinez in the opening round. Okay. So she did have a first round contest. Pareto, the number 4 seed here. Ojigari just about stepped off that, Natalia Brigida, and a Seoinage effort from Pareto. And those two last efforts there are really just to try and draw a penalty against Brigida. You've got to be aware of that. Very clever is Paola Pareto. Got to come up with a big attack now. It wasn't the best. Oh. Well, if she attacks enough, sooner or later you're going to get caught out. Natalia Brigida really gave Paola Pareto a run for her money there. She just falls off this effort. And Natalia Brigida, having been off for quite a while, maybe just one or two things not as sharp as she would have liked. Right, let's go to mat number 3. The contest on mat number 3 is a round 3 contest in the under 66 kilo category. It features the number 1 seed, Georgi Zantaraya of Ukraine. He's up against Mohamed Abdelmagoud of Egypt. It's Zantaraya in the white judogi, Abdelmagoud in blue. And there's no scorers yet, and we've got half the contest still to come. 2 penalties picked up by Abdelmagoud now. Zantaraya could have been guilty of just defending by going to the ground there. He almost caught Zantaraya there. Passivity penalty picked up by the Ukrainian with a little over a minute left to go. Oh, that's a terrific effort there from Abdelmagoud. I think he scored. He's on the arm now. Yep. Zantaraya now is going to have to dig deep. It was a good score from Mohamed Abdelmagoud. Here we go then. 40 odd seconds left to go. Zantaraya needing a score. Oh, he just tried to muscle him down here. Abdelmagoud has got to stand tall. Doesn't want to give this up on a penalty. Chance to work on the ground now. Needs to climb on the back. Oh, couldn't keep him down. Stretch him out. Yep, that's where you want to be. 20 odd seconds left to go. Watch for the big grip. Now 20 odd seconds left to go. Just try and keep your head up. You had a look at the clock, did Zantaraya. Left-sided effort from Abdelmagoud. And another one, and over he goes. There's no escaping that. Well, what a result. Mohamed Abdelmagoud. Terrific hip technique to finish off. Well, that puts the Egyptian into the quarter-final. Great result for him. Right, let's go quickly to mat number 2. There's a round 2 contest taking place there between Sonoda Natsumi of Japan. He faces Fabien Korscher of Switzerland. We join it. Well, we just missed that. But Anil was up from Sonoda. She finished off with that win. I suppose that gives us a chance to go down. Now we'll stay here. Yeah, let's stay here. And we'll have a look at the upcoming contest between Ekaterina Guica of Canada. She will face Odette Giuffrida of Italy. It's Guica in the white judogi, Giuffrida in blue. Kuika. A chance to work something on the ground here. The left leg trapped. Oh, but the arm is out. Oh, terrific work from Kuika. Seeing a few upsets here. If you're off for a while, it's gonna show, isn't it? We haven't seen her for a year. All of a sudden, she makes an appearance. It's not surprising that you end up with a result like that. So it's Kuika who puts out Odette Giuffrido. Right, what have we got coming up now? Abdullah Abdul Jalilov of Russia faces Tagawa Kenzo of Japan. Abdul Jalilov in the white judogi, Tagawa in blue. Monica Ungarinu is down on mat number 1, mat number 3, Teresa Stoll and Katja Kaiser. And then on mat number 4, Marina Cherniak leads Nazlıkan Kilic of Turkey by Uzari.
The next contest on the W1, second round for 148 kilos. In one jury representing Romania, Monica Ungarinu.
I can't remember what happened with Abdul Jalilov. Was it against the Moroccan Imad Bassou? He was trailing by Wazari, wasn't he, with 40 seconds left to go. And then he threw the Moroccan. That's put him in this third round contest against Tagawa. Oh, be careful there.
Well, when we've just seen Zantaraya losing to the Egyptian, that was a very interesting match indeed, wasn't it?
See, for me, Abdul Jalilov was in danger of Kawasugake. The Japanese never complained, but it was definitely an unattractive looking move from Abdul Jalilov, and that's what they're going to be looking at here. Whether Tagawa complains or not is not the point. You know, if he'd rolled around holding his arm, like some,
yes,
you know, maybe they would have. But because he didn't complain, they were saying, oh, well, you know, we're not going to do anything. If it's dangerous, it's dangerous. Anyway, I had a look at it and decided...
Oh! It's the danger of Tagawa. His feet are very, very good.
And was it Tagawa that we saw with the Ashiwaza
yes,
earlier
yes,
on? Who did he throw earlier on there?
It was...
Well, he's beaten two people. Oh, Tamelkov.
Tamelkov, yeah.
Tamelkov, the Bulgarian, yeah.
That was a nice match.
I'm just going to have a sneak look at the sheets here to see what happened.
Well, Abdul Jalilov in his first match was really challenged, wasn't he? He really had to work. He had a convincing win at the end, but he had to do a lot of work to get that.
40 seconds left to
40
go.
seconds or something. Yeah, that's right. 40 seconds and finished him off in 36, wasn't it?
And Sabrina Feltzmerzer defeated Thelma Monteiro of Portugal. So Jessica Klimke of Canada in that group has already seen Zhang Wen, Camilla Silva and Thelma Monteiro fall by the wayside.
Yep.
So I say the only people left, well, it's Maria Skora of Ukraine and then Sabrina Feltzmerzer and Udaka Nae, the former world champion from Japan. That's all that's left. In that,
how the mighty fall, huh?
In that pool.
But it just shows you, though, really, with all the when we've just had a look and analysed it, there's no such thing as an easy draw anymore, is there? Everyone's got an opportunity here. And the top, it doesn't, just because you've got a top seed doesn't mean to say that that is you in a pole position. It really isn't. It just means that you never know who's going to be thrown into the mix with you. And we've seen some horrendous draws, haven't we? It's been so hard just to get out of your pool.
It's been a disaster today for the Russians for various reasons.
Yes, they've not been that sharp, have they?
We saw, even if we didn't see it, we did see Kuznetsova lose. Konkina has also lost. Abdul-Jalilov has just been defeated there, and Adanov was injured with a rib injury, and he's gone. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. This young man from Georgia, he's had a brilliant innings so far. He's been outstanding.
Yeah, we are going to see the contest between Tornika Nagliashvili of Georgia. He's up against Bogdan Iadov of Ukraine. It's Nagliashvili in the white judogi, Iadov in blue.
Well, what a quality athlete, this Georgian Nagliashvili. Tayatoshi Uchimata, Oso Tagaris, there's no end to his talents and his judo repertoire. Well, Georgian, as you can see, trying to grip up with that high collar grip that he favours quite nicely there. Draws his opponent's head in, comes over the back, right onto the belt. Now this is where he's very dangerous, but needs to use the belt grip. Uchimata. And the referee calling Mate out. I'm not sure whether he was calling it because it just felt like he was hanging too long on that belt, but as we could see, he used it quite a few times. High collar grip once more. Up to 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Nagliashvili with a very strong controlling grip there, as you can see, the left hand on the lapel, comes over deep with the other hand onto the belt as well, so he can both left and right.
Or just one hand.
Or just the one hand, switching in with Uchimata, which overstretched the groin there of Yadov.
I find it difficult throwing with both hands. Okay, Ashvili just fancied, just use the one. No score yet, a little over 2 minutes left to go. Nazilkan Kilic of Turkey has just defeated Marina Cherniak of Ukraine. That's a top draw win for the Turkish lightweight. Been a long time coming for Nazilkan Kilic, the youngster.
Well, an attempt there, a big mistake from Yadov there, came in for a Sutemi Waza attempt. The Tomanagi totally misjudged that. It could have been a very serious mistake, but he did well to not be punished on that. The Sangaku turnover there, as you can see, from Nagliashvili, spinning both sides. Real talented judo athlete. Nakagami there. Just lost a little bit of control in the upper body. Another technique we haven't seen the Georgian do, to add to his repertoire that we've already seen. So we're just coming up to the last minutes. No penalties and no score as yet, but Nagadashvili looking the stronger of the two at this moment, more dominant in this contest and closest of scoring.
Just going to wander down to the warm-up area because I want to find Yamazaki in the under 48 kilo category has just won her second contest of the morning, the Japanese, and I just want to find out how it is that you know, she was off for 3 years basically between 2015 and 2018, nothing. You know, so I don't know why it is that she had that long break. I should go and ask the Japanese what was going on there. Where's the rating?
Well, we're still battling away with just seconds remaining. It's looking very much like this will go into golden score. Nagadashvili definitely has dominated throughout this contest, but still comes short of scoring. And in his previous two matches, he had very convincing wins, scoring both times with the Ouchigari Uchimata. Also Taitoshi, so with Wazaris and One Ippon. Here he's struggling a little bit with Bogdan Yedov. Sinagi attempt there, comes through the back. Obviously in this weight, what was a big surprise is the number 1 seed going out. So 1 sheet on the board now goes to Iadov of Ukraine. Well, a couple of strong attacks there from the Ukraine. So 1 minute 49 seconds in golden score. These two have been battling away, and that was a nice little turnover there. Rotated under his opponent. Yadov looking to spin through, but got caught up a little bit, but he's starting to come very strong in this golden score now and has turned this contest around quite considerably against Nagadashvili. Confidence that we've seen from the Georgian in the previous two matches is now starting to slip away here as he's up against Idov. So the second Shido been awarded. This time it goes to the Georgian. Nagalashvili. And rightly so, he's been under a bit of pressure so far in this golden score. Hasn't been showing the same sharpness as we'd seen in the previous 4 minutes. Well, 3 minutes, 7 in total, 7 minutes 15 seconds, and these two are still going strong. Tai Toshi attempt there from Yadov. A Sianagi movement there as well to add to the Tai Toshi. Pressure is now starting to pile up on Nagalashvili. Nagalashvili there with the Uchimata one arm in. Got that rotation. He's got to be very careful though with the head going down into the mat. It's very similar to a head dive. He did connect straight forward, so he's got to be careful he gets that rotation there. As he could. Sutemi was an attempt. Well, this is battled away now for 8.5 minutes. There doesn't seem to be any let up at all on this contest. So 2 Shidos now to the Ukraine. Uchimata, another strong attempt, but a counter-attack. And a score there. Was it enough? Did he get a landing on that? Well, it was definitely a very strong attack, there's no doubt about it. Anticipated well. But possibly they landed on his own back first. Bit of a nosebleed there, and obviously seeking medical attention. Yadov definitely looks in the golden score, the stronger of the two at this moment, but Nagalashvili, here we have it, the Uchimata, the pause, but there you have it, the pullback, just didn't get the landing. He landed first, didn't get there. You got it. Lifted him, but just didn't get the landing. He used his head to spin, but he landed first. Yadov. Nice attempt there. Very powerful indeed, considering how long. So a good example of the transition from the Niwaza back up into the Tachiwaza. And he got it. So he landed on his back, but Naglalashvili, it was controlled. The bridge on the head was most probably the winning factor of that. And that just tells you the disappointment of this Georgian. Cannot believe what's just happened, but the replay, as you can see it, he came in for the Uchimata, he stumbled, he went down. From there, Evadov pulled back, rotated a continuous movement. It was just the head that stopped him from landing on his back. So Ayadov goes through for the Ukraine.
Wow.
And nice bit of judo there after quite a few minutes there. I think it was 9 minutes in total of contest.
Tough one. 57 kilos now. Top of the table, isn't it? Ojigari with Amelie Stoll up against Yaoni Ekosayan of Spain. She can prove to be a tough nut from time to time. Anyway, it's Stoll in the white judogi, Ekosayan in blue. It's the sister, isn't it? Amelie, a little bit lower down in the draw. And you're joining Matt Endo, Hiromi, and Francesca Milani. They're on that number 3. And Yamazaki did have an injury. She had a shoulder injury that kept her out for almost 2 years. A little bit more on the dislocation, isn't it? Right. She was saying that the bone in here, I think it's the clavicle, had snapped.
Oh, that's a serious injury.
Yeah.
So it meant that it most probably was pinned for some time.
It's very tiny. She was all smiles, and I said, "Oh, we thought either it was a serious injury or you'd been off to have a baby." No baby, no baby. No baby. Big smile on her face. She was all animated. Maybe later.
Ah. The Ouchigari we've seen quite a few times from Emily. Scored in previous matches.
That wasn't that clever though, was it?
Ikosoyan just under a bit of pressure there through that what looked to be an attempt of a Tomonagi, but
do you remember when we used to have that penalty kaikoku?
Yes.
If you attempted
to throw your opponent out and you landed first on your back.
That was kaikoku, wasn't it?
That was kaikoku,
direct, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, that's all gone. The olden days.
When I was a lad.
The olden days.
The olden days. Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah, they had the tatami that was a canvas that you used to pull on and strap it round with a rope.
My first club had that.
And little wooden things that you stuck together. I remember landing on one of those wooden things that had the metal bit that connected, and my ankle landed on that.
It's a bit sore.
It was rolling like a football. Well, not quite the size of a football, but
That was quite a good mat when you think about it. Hard to put together, but it was a good mat. The canvas was heavy though.
yeah, folding it up.
Yeah.
And when we were kids, all of us trying to see how many it would take to carry. Normally 4 of us to carry the canvas. You could carry 2 mats at a time because they were bendy. They were sort of, not like now. 1 by 2s.
They were just foam, weren't
Yeah,
they?
they were foam, yeah.
Well, we're still here with this match.
Nathan
We're
Burns has
going
won his contest down on mat number 4.
with Santos.
Yeah, from Brazil.
That's a good win.
That's
Very good win.
You're a man from Ireland now. That's
Yeah.
him.
Typically man.
He's won.
A lovely man.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great win for him because
Yeah.
a tough cookie, that Brazilian. Well, Ekuzoyan there attempting of Koshiguruma. The head just got swept out there, landed on her face. Emily Kosota, nice attack there. Comes trying to get closer in so she can connect with the Ouchigare. As you can see, that arm motoring around, but Spaniard, as you can see, controlling Stoll's right sleeve there quite nicely so it doesn't connect too deep onto the back. Well, 2 Shidos apiece now. One more mistake from either one of these athletes and it will forfeit the contest. Stoll just trying desperate to get past that defensive arm. Ekuzoyan coming over the top, drawing Stoll's head down, using her feet to break her opponent's balance up. Well, the Spaniard's doing extremely well now. She's starting to come this last minute. Spaniard has been very strong indeed against Stoll.
As I say, from past experience, she can be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, well, she's got the height as well.
Yeah.
She's very, very strong, isn't she? She's got that. She connects with the hand. She comes very deep over the back, but she goes left and right. She makes her very dangerous. Now she comes in with the Makakomi, and Stoll wants to get round the back. She wants to come in close. She wants to connect with the Ouchigari. At the moment, she's overstretching herself. Now, I feel that someone will pick up a Shido here.
Don't know what for, though. Stoll, that was a valid attack, wasn't it?
It was a valid attack, but there was a bit defensive action there from
Ekuzoyan?
Ekuzoyan, I think so.
I wonder.
It'd be interesting to see how this one will go. Yep.
Oh, dear.
Well, that was a silly one because Ekuzoyan was much stronger in that last minute and a half and thought that she was going to turn this all around.
Really unfortunate. Good little battle, however. Right, who we got coming up next then? Karakash Hedvig of Hungary faces Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. It's Karakash in the white judogi, Ilieva in blue. And I have to say that, well, out of Chernovitsky today and Karakash, they're going to have the biggest home support. You hear that right now.
Yes.
From the home crowd. That's where the Hungarians are most likely to take medals, either with Chernovitsky in the under 48 kilo category or probably their favourite, Karakash Hedvig. Chernovitsky at the moment she had a bye in the first round and then defeated Kimberly Rennicks of Great Britain in round 2.
Yes, that was a battle and a half, wasn't it?
She'll face
Kimberly did very well there.
Sabina Gilyazova of Russia in the 3rd round. We'll see that, I suppose. It's not up yet. But we've got a couple of interesting ones coming up. The contest to follow this is Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. He's up against Roy Kofeiberg, and the Russians haven't been having the best time of it.
No,
so far
no,
today.
they've definitely not. It's not been their day today. There's been a few that has fell short of performances. The Egyptians have been doing really well.
Oh, I love the Egyptian coach. He's such a nice guy,
Yeah.
you know. And they have incredible difficulties within the country and their federation to get funding and come abroad and everything. And he prepares them as best as possible, you know, at home. And then they've got to come out and do the business abroad.
Yeah.
But we've already seen Abdelmagoud this morning overcome Zantaraya.
Zantaraya, the #1 seed. And that was an amazing... And he was battling all the way, had two Shidos as well as the Wazari, but he just kept going. He didn't run away, he just kept going and giving it to Zantaraya. He just had no follow-up from that at all. It was a brilliant match.
And then Dovdon Altunsuk of Mongolia is in a ding-dong battle against Ahmed Abelrahman of Egypt down on mat number 4. 2 Shidos apiece with half a minute left to go in that one. No score here between Karakash and Ilieva. They've got a penalty apiece. Charlene van Snick has just won her contest, her quarter-final on mat number 3. Is that the first of the quarter-finals in the under 52 kilo category already? Well, it is. Into the semi-final then, van Snick. The cheer there. And having just spoken about Abdel Magoud, he's about to take to mat number 3 in his quarter-final against Adia Baturul of Mongolia. Sorry, Batsuri. Adia Batsuri, I misread that. Teresa Stoll and Anna Borovska, and then Nagayama Ryuju and Adonis Diaz. That's the lineup on mat number 3. By the way, Abdul Magoud has just thrown Adia Batsuri of Mongolia for Wazari.
Be real upset, that one.
Well, the Mongolian has overcome Abel Rahman. Dovdon defeating Abel Rahman. And it would appear that Abdel Magoud may also... Oh no, it's Wazari apiece. We might go to mat number 3, to be honest, to have a look at that quarter-final. Abdel Magoud and Adia. Karakash scores there with just a few seconds left to go, so that's a good one. Let's see what's happening on mat number 3 then, with Abdel Magoud and Adia. It's a Wazari apiece with a little under 2.5 minutes left to go. Down on mat number 4, it's Krista Deguchi of Canada and Jovana Rogic of Serbia, if you want to watch that one. We're going to watch this quarter-final. Abdel Magoud in the white judogi, Adia in blue. see. Yeah. Just the one Japanese in the under 57 kilo category. That's taking place on the adjoining mat. Hurry a piece here, minute and a half left to go. Weak effort there from Adia. Never really threatened Abdel Magoud with that. Satemi was a the fitness level will be the big question against Abdel Magoud. Hasn't had the kind of international exposure that would really stand him in good stead here. Need to be out there on a really regular basis to be able to battle against someone of the quality of Adia. Adia almost got caught there with the Uchimata. Deguchi has won her contest down on mat number 4. She's into the quarter-final, having defeated Giovanna Rogic.
She's still going very strong, isn't she?
Yeah, she'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between the Olympic champion Rafaela Silva of Brazil, who now faces Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. That's on mat number 4. 18 seconds left in this one. Missed there. Oh, could have fallen into the osaikomi here. It is. Oh, Adia gave it a one last effort with 3 seconds left to go. He tried that little Satemi was a slipped, and Abdel Magoud just fell into that. Said, "Thanks for coming. I'll take that."
Nice win. Well, he's having a blinder of a day, isn't he?
Yeah.
He really is.
Semi-final now. What a thing, as my great aunt used to say.
Would you have it?
What a thing. That was a terrific win, Abdel Magoud. We got the other Stoll sister coming up now. Everywhere you look, there's a Stoll, isn't there? Teresa Stoll up against Anna Borowska, quarter-final of the under 57 kilo category. This is the top of the draw now. We go back up to Pool A. This for a place in the semi-final. We still haven't had round 3 yet of Pool B. Stoll in the white judogi, Borowska in blue. Rafaela Silva leads Julia Kowalczyk by Rosari down on mat 4. Little over 2.5 minutes left to go in that one. Robert Schmiedebadze has won his contest on mat 3, defeating Roy Koffeiberg by Ippon. That was on mat 2.
Oh, Teresa Stoll looking very strong, isn't she, out there?
Growing into this.
She's just so much more confident. Every time she comes out, we're seeing a real confident. She dominates within that contest. She knows her ability. She knows what she's capable of doing, and she's now a real contender every time she comes out. Good gripping skills. Borowska looking a little bit apprehensive, really trying to disengage with her, but picks up a Shido for that disengagement. Comes in with Tries to do a koshiguruma but falls short of that. Teresa Stoll counters, picks up a wazari and takes a comfortable lead now as she follows through in the niwa. As you can see, she's tying up that arm. She's got the sangaku turnover. She's in what looked to be the osakumi if she'd gone flat, but still working her way in the niwaza there. On with that high collar grip, as you can see, very dominating.
Well, it's Silva still leading down on mat number 4 with 1:20 left to go. 2 minutes in this one. Stahl leads by Wazari. Orozco's picked up that single Shido. Gambat and Shabo in the under 60 kilo category on mat 2. There's no score there. And then down on mat number 1, Denis Vieiro has just defeated João Crisostomo of Portugal. It was Crisostomo having picked up a 3rd penalty that put him out. Just walking past in the background there, Jessica Klimke and her coach as they make their way to mat 1 for a round 3 contest. Klimke will face Maria Skora of Ukraine. She'll know already that her teammate Krista Deguchi is already into the quarterfinal, having defeated Jovana Rogic. So a third Grand Prix in a row, quarterfinal place for Deguchi at the moment.
She's doing so well, isn't she?
I can't remember what she's up to as far as wins are concerned. I think
she's got 4.
5. Is it 4?
Yeah, I'm sure it's 4.
4 tournament wins in a row.
In a row,
yeah.
When we talk a row.
I thought it was 5 actually. It could be.
It might be.
It could be 1 ahead.
Looking at last year as well, possibly adding one there,
yeah,
right near the latter end.
Although I think she got turned over a couple of times when she first moved from. Klimke's already ahead by Wazari.
She had Paris, Zagreb, Hojhot, gold in every one.
Yeah, we had 2 other.
Must be
some kind of.
It's like a bit of a deja vu. We're seeing it all over again, aren't we?
Scary to try and predict that we'll see them again. We'll leave that for a while. Right,
yes,
mat number
some
3, if we can. We want to see the contest between Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. He faces Adonis Diaz of the United States of America. We saw Adonis arm locking Maurice Plafke of Germany put on a sharp Jujigatami in his previous round. We haven't seen Nagayama, have we? Or if we have, only very briefly. Anyway, it's Nagayama in the white judogi, Diaz in blue. Giliazova leads Chernovitsky on mat 2 by Wazari. There's no score in the contest between Filzmoser and Udaka, and Papenashvili leads Gomez down on mat number 4 by Wazari. Much tougher task in front of Diaz now as he faces Nagayama. Almost. Nagayama was able to do as Loretta Kusakura was talking about this morning with one of the fighters. He used his gymnastic abilities to escape that one.
Oh, he's very sharp, isn't he? He's got good Good awareness. Sianagi attempt there, as you can see. He's very light on his feet. He moves very well on the tatami.
Villiers just defeated Gomez in round 3 of the under 60 kilo category. He's into the quarter-final now. Yeah, well, you know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He gives a little shake of his head, but he knows that he gave it the best go possible.
Yeah.
And there was a moment when it looked at her. Catch a replay. Just look for a moment as though Diaz could catch him. Sure
he became very light on his feet, didn't he? Which created an opportunity for Nagayama.
Yeah.
He just kept it very light, and he just created that opportunity. I don't know whether we're going to get.
He's just setting that up now.
In the meantime, we have the quarter-final.
Yeah, Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Endo Hiromi of Japan. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Endo in blue. Chernovitsky in trouble on mat 2. Here's the... Oh no, it's just a foot tap there.
Endo not messing around, drawing her opponent back into the contest area.
Nice turn.
Looks up on
Desperate
that arm.
to get out there. Look.
She's like dragging herself off the edge of the mat, but it's that arm that's tied up that's causing a lot of problems. It's really threatened by that wrap over there, as you could see with the arm. It's a very successful turnover there.
Chernovitsky's on her way out here on mat 2.
She's not been looking that sharp today, if I have to be honest. She was up with Kimberly Rainix earlier on, and she made real hard work of that. It was just in the last minute or so she started to come back.
It was indeed a win for Sabina Ilyasova of Russia. That's a good Makikomi effort there from Nikolic under the circumstances. You know, she's a little bit defensive.
Well, Endo, as you can see, really piling. She's dominating the pace of this contest. Seems to be having to chase Nikolic. As Endo takes a couple of steps forward, Nikolic takes a couple of steps back, which is not always a positive sign. Yeah, she was the Koichigari there for Endo. She's trying to secure the grips, but again, Nikolic, as you can see, is trying to just break them off and backpedal. So there's the first Shido, and rightly so.
Well, the coach was bellyaching about that, but I think what the referee is looking at is once you have that strong grip, that's fine, but you then need to do something with it.
Yeah, and we've said it many a time, haven't we? It's great having the strong kumikata, but if you're not going to use it, what good is it?
Penalty against Nikolic with 1.5 minutes left to go. So she's put herself in some trouble here.
And look at the arm up the back there, and oh, there you have it, the turnover, nicely done, securing the Osakomi.
And it just wants to keep the legs free. And she's managed to take one hand down, and that's it now. That's painful. The arm right at the back.
Well, it was not. It was very. She was very limited in what she could do from there.
So, Milica Nikolic loses out to Endo Hiromi in that quarterfinal. We'll see Nikolic again. She'll be in the repechage contest, but it's Endo who goes into the semi-final. Right, that is all the judo that we've got on mat 3 for the time being. We're going to move to mat number 2 and pick up the action in the contest between Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. She faces Julia Figueroa of Spain. It's Stanger in the white judogi, Figueroa in blue. There's no score as yet. Stanger has just picked up a penalty, and we've got a little under 2 minutes left to go. I may be able to give you the quarter-final lineup for the under 57 kilo category. In fact, I'll tell you that Teresa Stoll has won her quarter-final against Anna Borowska, so Teresa Stoll into the first of the quarter-finals. It'll be Jessica Klimke of Canada to face the winner of the Filzmerza Udaka Naye contest, but I think that one has just finished and Udaka Naye has just won that. It will be Klimke against Udaka, the former world champion. Tough ask. Amelie Stoll faces Karakash Hedvig, and Krista Deguchi will face the Olympic champion Rafaela Silva. So, our Canadian conundrum, if you like. Now they've got real toughies because they're in opposite halves, but this time, in order to progress to their respective semi-finals, Klimke is going to have to beat the former world champion, the Japanese Udaka Naye, and Deguchi is going to have to defeat the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva. So they've both got tough fights, albeit not against each other. See how they get on. Stanger with a single penalty, 50 seconds left to go. Razlikan Kilic is down on mat 4. She's up against Yamazaki Tamami of Japan. Kojigari from Stanger there, and Figueroa looks to go with a hip there. 20 seconds left to go. I think I was talking to the coach this morning, and the Slovenian coach says that coach says that Anya Stanger has an injury. Stanger picked up the Wazari right at the death.
Considering she's got an injury, she's actually doing
no, that
well.
the sister, Anya.
Oh, Anya.
Stanger, yeah. This is Marusa now. So she wins out there. Quarter-final now in the under 52 kilo category between Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. She faces Ekaterina Guika of Canada. It's Tsunoda in the white judogi, Guika in blue. Angelica Delgado of the United States of America is on mat 4 against Andrea Kitsu of Romania. Silver medalist at the World Championships last year, Tsunoda. And if you'll get another run out this year when the Japanese pick their team, teams are made up of, or the teams can be made up of 7 individuals. 48, 52, 57, 63, 70, under 78 and plus 78. And to those 7, you can add 2 more, 1 per extra category. So they could send another 52 and another 48, or whichever way you want to work it. But I would have thought that they would send 2 at 48 and 2 at 52. That's where they've got their reigning world champions, Tsunaki Funo and Shishimi Ai. You might want to give Abe Uta a bit of a run out, and definitely Kondo Ami.
Yeah.
You know, how do you leave those at home?
No, that's the thing. Whoa.
But then at 57, you're going to leave.
What a position to be in, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Nice.
They'll want to send Yoshida. 70 Arai, I suppose. And plus 78 will definitely Asahina. Take your pick after that. So we're just working her way.
The groundwork's very, very good, isn't it? She's just taken her time. She's wrapping up that arm, and now looking for the Jujikatami, and there you have
tap,
it.
Yeah. It may have tapped before, you know. You've given that a quick tap. You know, don't look one like that.
Yeah, just hopefully they won't see me. And who would blame her?
So halfway through that contest, Tsunoda Natsumi manages to extract the submission from Ekaterina Guica.
Well, she's had some really good niwaza there, hasn't she? And she took her time. The referee was good there. He could see there was progress all the time going on, and allowed that extra time in the niwaza.
We've got another quarter-final coming up now. Tagawa Kenzo of Japan faces Bogdan Iadov of Ukraine. It's Tagawa in the white judogi, Iadov in blue. We've seen both of these today already.
Yeah, they've both been very strong. Iadov started off pretty slow at the beginning of the day, and it just seems to have got stronger as he's gone through the stages in this under 66. When you think 61 judokas participated, and there was a lineup that you just looked at it and thought, who is going to manage to get through such a strong field?
Slowly developed Tomo Inagi there from Tagawa brings
and the
Iadov
arm
down,
lock.
and now the arm lock as well.
A nice bit of groundwork there.
Sharp from Tagawa Kenzo. 45 seconds, done and dusted. And another quarter-final coming up, this time in the under 57 kilo category. It'll be the number 1, no, sorry, not the number 1 seed, it's her sister, who is going great guns. Stoll to face Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. Stoll in the white judogi, Karakash in blue.
Well, this is going to be the real tester for the German against the home favourite, Karakash. Here's some highlights of that last match. Oh, he just walked onto that, didn't he?
And Kitsu has just defeated Angelica Delgado down on that 4 in the under 52 kilo category. The American will go into the repechage contest. It'll be Kitsu who goes to the semi-final.
Well, Karakash trying to secure the Niwaza there. She's still going help. Oh, there you have it. The arm lock. Nicely done. Emily Stoll sadly walked onto that trap. But for the Hungarians, this is a great result for them. A place in the semi-final.
Well, it's no secret over the years, Karakash on the ground, you know just how technically adept she is. And hey, you've got a good look at it.
Well, the next one will be very interesting as well, coming up with Deguchi and Silva.
The use of the belt for the turn over there. Is that coming up next? What have we got?
Well, it should be.
It will be a contest time, yeah. Rafaela Silva and Krista Deguchi. That'll be down on mat number 4. So
yes,
that'll be after the Nathan Burns Dovdon Altonsu contest. Here on mat 2. We've got Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. He's up against Ganbat Bolbatan, the former world champion from Mongolia. It's Shvidabadze in the white judogi, Ganbat in blue.
Ganbat, as you can see, trying to get up close and personal there. He's battling away against Shvidabadze. Oh, and there, nice grip from the Russian. Deep onto the back, drops his opponent down to the floor. Well, it really is a battle of Kimikata here, trying both desperately to seek the stronger grip of their opponent before engaging in a throw or an attempt of one. But Shvidabadze, as you can see with the high collar grip, draws his opponent's head down, making him look quite passive. He's got that sleeve as well, which is controlling quite nicely. But the Kosotus from Ganbat stumbles the Russian backwards. And although Shvidabadze had the stronger kumikata, it let it go far too long before engaging in an attempt to throw. Well, Shvidabadze sort of shakes his head. He looks to the referee as if to say, what was that for? To Shido's. It's also picked up a wee cut to the eye on the right side. So,
it's no good saying that to Frank Dirch. He doesn't speak Russian.
Dovdon wins for a place in the semi-final, the quarterfinal against Nathan Burns.
That was down on mat 4 in the under 66 kilo category. Well, given that that one is already over, we could go to mat number 4 because I think they've got a quarter-final lined up there. We may get to see Krista Deguchi for the first time today. It's Deguchi in the white judogi. She faces the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva. I think we've got a treat in store here.
Yes, this will be very interesting. I'm looking forward to this because I think it will be
Game on.
definitely game on. Deguchi, she uses her feet very nicely. Will she use them again? The Kosota, Kochigari, the Ochigari, they're there. Silva. She tries to draw the head down but leaves herself wide open with the Ochigari. And the arm block is there. Oh, there was an opportunity lost. Oh. Right. Well, that's either just going to make her really angry or that's going to frighten the life out of her. Well, it all depends on how well we know that Silva has such maturity when she's out there. Have to have with the being the Olympic champion.
Other direction for me.
Ochigari, no, she favours that. She has that Ochigari, she gets it on the belt and she draws deep into the hips. Silva will try and rotate it, but there's so much power on the hips that Deguchi squares herself out towards that Ochigari. She's very, very clever with those techniques.
Just got to look out for the counter.
And that is the danger. But if you look on how she spreads herself as she comes in for it.
Didn't set her up with the technique in the rear first of all.
Too slow as well. She's got to be careful throwing in one or two techniques like that because it's one, a waste of energy, and two, can make yourself look quite passive or under pressure, especially when you're shorter than your opponent. And that's what she's got to be careful.
Just get the feeling that Silva is quite happy to play the waiting game, and she's picked up a penalty there because she thinks that she can counter.
The shimiwaza! There it is! Oh!
Yeah, she's at the tap.
Well, that was lovely. What a silly error from Deguchi.
Rafaela Silva.
Yep, nice. Nicely done.
Well, that's one down from the pair. There won't be a repeat of the last two Grand Prix 57 kilo finals. Just have a look. Well, Cho Min-sun's right on top of it. She
was
see
right
everything.
in there.
The referee knows exactly what's going on.
She tried to put her hands in to stop it. It just added ammunition to the shimiwaza. She left her head up. She put in that drop and then just sat up.
Catastrophe.
Yeah.
Well,
that was. We've got on mat number 3. We've got a semi-final.
The semi-finals won't get underway right away. I'll hold them off for a little bit.
Oh, you can see the tatamis and you can't. Oh yeah.
Amiram Papinashvili of Georgia faces Albert Ogazov of Russia. It's Papinashvili in the white judogi, Ogazov in blue. A quarter-final in the under 60 kilo category. We've still got a round 3 contest going on down on mat number 1. It's Distria Krasniki against Katerina Costa. And Krasniki has just won that contest. Things are warming up. I say that because we have been looking for the last few weeks at this matchup between Krista Deguchi and Jessica Klimke. Today they were separated in different halves, which has been the case for the last 2 competitions as well. But it's worked out for them because they've met on 2 occasions in the final. And they were in opposite halves again today, but only because there'd been a withdrawal that pushed them in because of their seeding, pushed them into opposite halves. So that was good for them again. But Deguchi's just fallen at the quarter-final stage. Nice effort there from Papinashvili. He landed a bit badly, did Ogazov, but there's no score. And now Klimke has a chance in her quarter-final to go one better than her teammate Deguchi.
So I say to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, huh?
What's the betting? She'll lose.
That's it.
And the problem for her
They
is
might get into the repechage.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll be in the repechage against each other, possibly for a bronze medal.
Well, Udaka Nae is Klimke's opponent, former world champion. Deguchi had the current Olympic champion, so they both had tough quarterfinals.
Well, you said that earlier on, didn't you? And it was going to be a tall order for both of them. They were going to be challenged, and that was the first time they were really challenged. I wonder if Klimke can actually come over and ride the challenges.
And yet they were both higher. You know, they were both seeded higher.
Oh, here we've got lovely. Ogazov goes through with the Jujikatami
nicely
into
worked.
the semi-final. That was nice.
Deguchi was higher seeded than silver, and Klimke is higher seeded than Udaka. But I think we've got to put the seeding out of the window for the time being. What's up with Krasnicki? She won her contest, yep.
Yes.
Won her contest down on map number 1. Looks that way. No, that continues down there. Who is it that's I think they've got one down on map number 1.
No, I thought that Krasnicki had. Oh no!
Oh, they've just changed it back now to Krasnicki and Costa. Yeah, that was already off, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was already done and dusted, but it hasn't finished. So Krasnicki leads by Wazari with 2 minutes odd left to go, 2:20 odd left to go. We're watching the contest between Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium. She's up against Yamazaki Tamami of Japan. This was the little Japanese fighter that had been off for 2 years with a shoulder injury.
Well, it's nice to see her up there in the quarterfinals doing extremely well for her country after such a serious injury. Quite a lively wee thing, isn't she?
Yeah.
As I would say, a little pocket rocket.
She's glad to be back on the tatami, I think.
Battling away here. Oh, nice. Nice technique there. Stumbled Jura. Then following it through into the Niwaza. As she catches that head there, tidies the upper part of the body up before engaging and taking the leg out. Jura holding on desperately to that leg, but it doesn't seem to be happening for her. And Yamazaki in the Tati Shiogatami and Osokomi.
Classic. Look at the legs. Plenty of judo still left, Loretta.
Plenty to choose from. It's really, we've got.
And I think we're going to be out of here until, what time is it now? 25 past 1. We've got another hour. Yeah, no. Zaki making her way off the tatami. Leaves the field free for Angelica Delgado in the shot there with it embroidered on the right sleeve. New York Athletic Club to come on now. She's going to face Ekaterina Guika of Canada. It will be Guika in the white judogi, Delgado in blue.
The New York Athletic Club, did that used to be a gentleman's club and a men's sportsman club many years ago?
I think that years ago that would have been the case.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm quite sure about sort of in the 80s.
I wonder if it was that long. I wonder if you know,
I'm
women.
thinking roughly when I was around.
No women allowed.
Yeah, I'm sure
was
there was
that length of time. There were a few places in the United States of America that had long-standing athletic programs, and I think there were a few golf places or tennis places maybe that continued to have male-only preserve.
Well, if we went across to mat number 1, we've got Cohen and Chelsea Giles.
You're right. There is judo going on now. We're taking a break, waiting for all of the fights to start at the same time.
Quarter-final.
Let's go to mat number 1. Down on mat number 1, Gilly Cohen of Israel faces Chelsea Giles of Great Britain, and our Georgian announcer has nailed the pronunciation for Giles. It had previously been Gillis.
Yes.
We got that one sorted, didn't we? Top man. Mind you, I'm being a bit pushy here, given the number of names that we have butchered in the past and continue to destroy from time to time. Gilly Cohen gets on the board there, catching Giles.
I've suffered over the years of being called doily.
Yeah.
Well, 2.5 minutes remaining, and Cohen takes the lead with the Wazari. 2 Shidos, 1 apiece at the moment. It's another young lady, Chelsea Giles, that's becoming stronger each time we see her on the world circuit. Very tall young lady from Great Britain. But, Gilly Cohen looking very busy, circling around her opponent. She controls the sleeves quite nicely against Giles. Throws the long arm over the top. It falls onto the Uchimata, and a Wazari Aseti upon. She just walked straight onto that.
Well, you could see what she was trying to do. She thought that she'd be able to step off that and come up with the uranagi. She had the shape around the arms, but the leg was hooked in too well for Gilly Cohen. She couldn't step off it. She just went higher and higher and higher until she went over. You could see the thought process, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way for her. Yeah, we're going to be down on mat number 1 for a bit here, because we've got quite a bit of judo still to come in this round. We've still got a couple of contests. Right, who we got coming up here now? Yaren Menaged of Israel faces Dennis Vieru of Moldova. You know Dennis, don't you? He's got something about him.
Yes, I do.
Picked him out a couple of times.
I picked him at the beginning of the day. He's just nice judo, and he moves so well on the mat. He really has, and he's got a lot of confidence out there for a young athlete.
Menaged in the white judogi, Vieru in blue.
Sin Antalya Verua, who we saw in the edit, we got bronze medal there. And his performance was outstanding. Oh, but there's a lovely Epon Sianagi there. Meneged takes the lead with 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Meneged, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel, comfortably controlling. Also has the sleeve grip as well. Veru struggling slightly. Picks up the first Shido. He really is struggling with the grips. Then again, lapel once more, sleeve. Draws his opponent onto him, trying to unbalance him. Sodi attempt there, just overstretched himself slightly, but still maintaining a good comfortable lead with 2.5 minutes.
Well, the nerves of the fighters who are waiting must be incredible. 4 mats in this huge arena that hosted the World Championships in a very, very similar setting to what you see now. Well, apart from the crowd, it really was a good crowd here. This is Friday afternoon, you know, in a hot summer. You can't expect many people in. It's absolutely beautiful weather here in Budapest. I might fancy an afternoon on Lake Balaton myself. But there's still some people in. My point here is the players are waiting to come on. There's action only on 1 mat now.
So all eyes are on that mat.
And all eyes are on that mat, including yours, as you know, waiting to come on. It's not as though you can be distracted by 3 or 4 things happening and you know everyone is watching, you know, lots of people are watching other things. It's all on that mat. They all know that you're going to come onto that mat and you're going to face a former world champion for a place in the semi-final.
It's hard to control those nerves without feeling, where's the bathroom?
Knowing that your teammate, who you are in the most incredible head-to-head battle with, has just lost to the current Olympic champion.
Yeah.
If you beat the former world champion, you will at some stage be coming up against.
Well, this
Rafaela
would be
Silva,
this would be such a good result for her to just take a little bit of an edge on one occasion.
And if you do win, you still, first of all, you're going to get past Udaka, and if you win that, your semi-final will be against the home favourite, first of all, Karakash. So, you know, you up against it all day.
I think Karakash, for me, is she's on form today. She really is on form, and she's got the home crowd behind her, and yeah, she looks very comfortable out there, but she will be challenged, there's no doubt about it. Silva will, again, Silva's looking sharp. Niwaza was superb in that last match against Taguchi.
Sharp.
Very
sharp.
sharp.
That was the word, sharp. Absolutely, just that little bit too sharp. She was too strong to get thrown by the throws that Taguchi had been knocking people over with for the last month and a half. You know, the 2 tournaments back to back, knocked people over on the ground. Then she came up against Olympic champion. Couldn't throw her. Okay, no problem. We've got some other areas. If there's plenty of time left on the clock as well, could do something on the ground. But Silva proved that little bit too sharp. And when there was an opportunity for her to put something on, she did right away. Okay, here we go. Jessica Klimke of Canada faces Udaka Nae of Japan. It's Klimke, the white judogi, Udaka in blue.
Well, this looks to be a real battle between these two girls. Are out for business. They really are.
We were talking about everybody being interested
Yes.
in the contest. Well, you've got all the people who are in the venue watching on. Having a sneak look round the curtain.
Yes. Deguchi just arms crossed and tentatively watching.
And it's the furthest mat away from where the players are. A step over as well.
Good Tayatoshi attempt.
I wonder if she stepped over that, or whether just Klimke just came out. I think she just stranded there, wasn't she, for a moment, Udaka. But, you know, like you've pointed out, she's got that busy style that if she just puts in 2 or 3 attacks, all of a sudden...
Pressure's on.
You know, yeah, because we know the Japanese are slower starters. It's not their way just to go in bang, 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 bang. It's very kind of South Korean, isn't it, you know?
They like setting things up. The first and foremost is getting good kumikata, getting good control. That's what she wants.
Yeah,
she'll not put any attack in before she's got a good grip. But Klimke, she's out there. She's attack. No sooner does she get 2 hands on, she's putting in an attack. The thing is, what she's got to be careful. She's also circling and bouncing, but she's got to be careful on the bounce because the ashiwazas are superb.
You've said that before.
And that's where she has to...
She's going to get it. She's drawn the penalty here. Without really threatening her. Now what happens is Udaka's got to refocus. Every time you get a penalty in the board, you think, okay, I'm going to have to change something here. So it's a question of gripping and now coming up with something.
Well, there's a high collar grip. If she allows Udaka to get that, then she's in trouble. Klimke has to continue doing what she's doing. Look at that Oso Tagare just hovering there. She's setting it up.
Heads down.
Oh, the heads. This is the danger for Klimke, and she's got to keep her head up. She's got to use her height to her advantage.
Don't change anything.
No, she's... And it is hard, but it's that little bounce. She's got to keep that under control. That circling motion's good. She's got to keep her head up, and she's got to control Udaka's hands down. Now, she will pick up a Shido, but both should pick up one, I think, because neither one of them. So that's now 2-1. This has got to be more of a tactical match here for the Canadian. Well, they've taken it... Oh, I don't know what's happened there, but they're taking the last Shido off of Udaka. Well, I didn't think either one, but high collar grip, again, that's the danger. Udaka gets connected with the high collar, then Klimke is in trouble. And as you can see, the head's down. She's...
she got blocked there.
Yeah.
I think that's not a false attack, that's blocked. You know, Udaka did well to block that, rather than saying that's a false attack.
But she will pick up a penalty, I think, for that one. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think Udaka
right.
blocked it.
I think that was right, yeah.
But what happened was Udaka blocked it and then looked up for the false attack. Well, if it was a false attack, there would have been no need to block it. So you kind of gave it away by blocking, you know? You don't need to block a false attack.
Well, she's controlling that sleeve now, and this is causing Udaka a few problems. But instead of controlling, she needs to be busy as well.
Yes.
She needs to circle, do what she did in the first minute and a half in this contest, where she circled motion, got the grip. That dancing around without a grip's not going to do her any good. She needs to have control, move, frustration, and put in an attack.
Yeah, the little Ojigari and the Seonagi, as long as they are
convincing
consequent. Yeah, they've got to be
convincing enough. Yeah, there's the Tayatoshi.
Yeah. That was also the follow-up from the Tayatoshi. So, she's gone into golden score with the former world champion, which is slightly more than, say, for Deguchi, who got strangled by the current Olympic champion. You know, they both had tough fights.
And for Deguchi, that was a really silly error, in my point.
Soul-destroying as well.
That was something she put upon herself. A poor drop and then lifted her head. She'll be kicking herself for that
Especially on the ground. Oh, big grip again here, head up.
Oh, it's the Osota that's a real threat here. We've seen it a couple of times, and Adaka is really chasing her. She's getting slightly frustrated. But the danger is she connects with that high collar. That Osotogari is there. And Klimke's got to be careful. Tayatoshi, strong attack.
Well, there's some working out for Klimke to do against
Yes,
Adaka. That was a
that's
better
a
position,
good
almost off the other
attack.
side. And now this is when she's got to be able. Where's the Newaza to follow it?
So, yeah, just
know.
look busy all the time. Just make sure you do enough.
Well, she didn't follow up on the ground. Big, strong attack. And in golden score, you normally only get 2. So she comes up with another one here. Could be problems for Udaka.
Well, Udaka
Big
really...
ki there.
She's going from the pit of her stomach
That's
now.
right. She was digging deep. It's the right arm over the top that Loretta was talking about.
It's that straight. Say it. That is that right arm. Definitely. If she connects with the high collar, and the Osotogari is there. Oh, that's
not
you see.
bad.
She's got to
Well,
be careful doing that. She's got to be careful. She's under pressure. She's dropped with a high collar grip, and what does she? She drops underneath her. That looks defensive. It's not an attack.
Well, now he's given a penalty for
Backing out.
backing out, but I think it was for the. I think they wanted to give for the false attack.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I thought.
There was no
There was good, strong kumikata from Adaka. She got into position. Rather than being caught with a throw, she dropped out of sight.
Yeah, I don't like when the referee gets told, give a Shido, and then the referee says, okay, what do I give a Shido for? Well, give it for that.
Yeah.
No, you give it for the right thing. Anyway, there would have been a Shido on the board, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah. So we're coming up to 2 minutes in golden score, and these young ladies. Oh, lovely Oichigari stumbled Adaka back.
She's had the better attacks, Klimke.
She's been closer to attacking, there's no doubt about it, to scoring. 2 minutes, so these ladies have been battling away for 6 minutes now, and neither one of them are letting up at all.
Udaka's had the better stronger gripping position.
When she gets the grip.
Yeah. But the little attacks that we've seen, the better ones, have come from Klimke with the Sernagis and the Oichigari. Although, for me, she's never looked as though she's going to score with them. But at least they're, good attacks.
Well, Klimke really needs to put in a couple of attacks here. She's 2 Shidos down. She really needs to throw in a couple now. But tactically, you can see Udaka, she's now playing a game here. There's a strong attack.
She's had one better than that one. She's gotten into the right position there. There's another good attack.
Yeah. So we're now looking at a Shido. Second Shido, this time going for Udaka.
Yeah.
And so they were 2 strong attacks.
Yeah.
They weren't false attacks. She was in. She had to push herself away from her opponent. So Udaka should be picking up a Shido right now.
She's going to get one. Yeah.
Now, she has to keep going like that. She needs to put in another couple of attacks. She needs to start continuing with that pressure. Udaka thought she had that in the bag. She thought tactically she was going to play for the third and final Shido. That game's out the window now. It's both of them that are really in very deep water. But she has to keep coming forward. She has to put in the attack. She has to engage. But she has to be very close. Udaka, as you can see, with that high collar grip,
one big
the
attack
threat
takes
of the
it.
Osota, she needs. Oh, come on!
One big attack from Klimke takes this because those little foot taps
and
aren't
not
doing it.
Yeah,
that was a lunge rather than a genuine catching of an attack. But they're both out on their feet here. 7.5 minutes of judo.
Well. And it's exciting. It is exciting. It's not negative. There's some real structure to this contest. There's no doubt about it. Just different strengths in different areas, and Klimke has got working 100% to her strengths against a very tough opponent. See, this is poor. She's half-hearted coming in. She dropped on her knee.
That was a bit
another
better.
One. Still dangerous.
Strong enough. Was almost for getting countered.
Dangerous. Yeah.
But it's strong enough.
Oh, now this referee will be beside himself at this moment. But she is putting the effort in, there's no doubt about it, and she needs to keep going if she wants to beat Adaka. Adaka just needs to get 2 hands on her and finish her, but she has to make sure that she connects well. Adaka needs to get that arm over the top like she's been threatening right from the beginning. That Oso Tagari's been hovering there, but look at her face, the body language, she's frustrated, it's killing her. Absolutely. Klim K's getting her head caught up there now. She's got to get that head out.
And the hands on the other side.
She's turning her back. That's poor. Very poor.
Change of direction would be good. Udaka expects that first attack, the Serenagi, always to go in that direction.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm not sure if she's got the change of direction.
I think Udaka thinks that there's another Shido going to be awarded, and it's Klim K for that sort of turning her back. But no, I didn't think she deserved it. I think there wasn't a lot she could do with her back being turned to her opponent other than stopping, which put herself in a real threatening situation. But Klim K really has to now keep her head up. She has to be forward. She has to be first in the attack. That's, again, 1 for Adaka. That's two positives now to up against Klim K. So Klim K, well, she's bursting a blood vessel out here. She really has given it 110% out as far as the energy work rate she's put through this contest. She has a great engine. She's really a fit young lady.
No, actually was it from Klim K. It's never threatened her. That wasn't the strongest, but
no,
it's another attack.
So that's 3 so far.
And I think this is
so how long do they have to keep going? That's 3 in a row.
It.
And I think this could be the last one.
She'll be lucky if she survives this.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
Third and final. Well, there was 3 bump. She didn't do anything about it. And sadly for Klim K, she gave 110% out there. She fought to her best to her ability against Adaka, who really, in my opinion, was the stronger of the opponents.
Yeah, Klim K always gave the impression that she was fighting an uphill battle against someone who her whole demeanour was, I'm fighting someone that's better than I am.
Yes, definitely agree with you. Totally agree with you on that.
I think that began to transmit itself to the referee and the contest judges, so that her attacks didn't look like attacks designed to throw her opponent. They looked like attacks designed to just stay up with the tempo of the contest, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
You know, and in the end, she got done by, you know, a tactical error. But she took the former world champion all the way, only losing on penalties. So she's got to look at that set of circumstances and not what happened with Deguchi.
With Klim K, I thought I definitely agree with you there. I think she was always second best. Second best out there, and she changed her judo. Well, she did what she was good at, and that was looking busy, and she played to her strengths against a very, very tough opponent. Did she ever look like she was going to threaten her to enough to win on a score? No. I don't think she had the ability. But I think she did enough to make Adaka look poor in her attacks. I think
frustrated her.
She got frustrated. She was capable of throwing right at the beginning. There was always that Oso Tagari that was so close, but she just could not get close enough to Klim K. So Klim K fought a very tactical match. She did well, but she definitely got beat by the better opponent.
Francisco Garrigos of Spain is up against Lukumi Chukvimiani of Georgia. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Chukvimiani in blue. There are already 3 penalties on the board, 2 picked up by Garrigos, 1 by Chukvimiani. And then we've got a whole 3 minutes left to go in this quarterfinal. It's funny how we were talking about if Deguchi lost, that Klim K would also lose. And no sooner said than done.
Yep.
well, mercifully, what has happened there, because they've both lost in their quarter-final
Yeah, they go
matches. They go into different.
so they won't compete
different
against each
so
other.
they won't
Yeah, I
compete
was
against
just
each
looking.
other.
Yeah, I was just looking at that and
Yeah.
thought, all right.
So it could very well be the case that the two Canadians will be on the podium again, but just in places
Different places on the
further
podium.
down the podium. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Well, not for them, but will be for us as interested bystanders. we can afford to.
See them, but what it's saying is they're by them getting on the podium again, it means that they're very consistent. 3 in a row, and just.
That would be quite something. Well, of course, the real difficulty is for one of them to make it and the other not to. Because that gives one a real advantage. If Klimke gets on the podium and Deguchi does not, it closes the gap. If Deguchi gets on there and Klimke doesn't, it just increases the gap between the pair of them. And I think as far as the...
You've also got Teresa Stoll. Did she lose against Borowska?
They haven't been on yet, I think.
So there's a chance there if she loses.
Oh yeah, but Stoll beat Borowska.
She will. Stoll be right. So Stoll's there.
And Chuck Vimiani picked up a third penalty. So it wasn't one to write home about. Deguchi is number 8 on the world ranking list. Klimke is number 11, 2.955 and 3.210. So she would really need to win the bronze medal in order to close the gap.
So when you look at that repechage, Udaka's got Stoll in the semi-final.
Yeah.
So if Stoll loses, she goes down.
She might end up fighting her sister.
She might find her sister, yeah. Yep.
Right, well, that will unfold very shortly. But before that, we've got Paola Pareto of Argentina to face Distria Krasnicki of Kosovo. Pareto in the white judogi, Krasnicki in blue. And this is going to be a real test, not just for Krasnicki, but also Pareto, because Krasnicki has looked really good today. And remember, Krasnicki has come down from 52 kilos. So, oh, she throws a grip on. What a spanking that was!
Oh, it hasn't even broke sweat. Well, yes, he wants to have a wee look at that, but
I'll tell you what.
It was Ippon from here.
As far as the landing is concerned,
was that he?
well, you can call it and this for me is the one that you laugh at. Look, she's been absolutely lashed out the arena, but it has to be on the landing.
Yeah, and it was on the side.
And it was on the side. This is not flat on the back. Ippon is flat on the back.
It's the height that
Right.
she gave, though. The height there from...
Well, that and the fact that she was completely thrown. Now, if you're down the club, if you're down at your local club and somebody throws you and you get them and say, that was only Wazari, they'll just laugh at you.
They say, right, only a Rosari, but just
But
wait
we're not
till
in
I
the
get hold
club,
of you.
right? We're not in the club. This isn't just for, because if you get thrown like that, you're going to stand up and say, that was a good one. I got absolutely lashed. Hands up. I got absolutely lashed. In competition, we need to have a definition, a much stronger definition of what is Ippon, and we measure that by being thrown flat on your back. In the club, you don't have to worry. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You just know that you've got absolutely lashed. But for competition purposes and the recording of scores, we have to have a proper definition, and that was not Ippon. That was Wazari.
Definitely. Krasnicki. Pareto now picks up a Shiro on top of having been taken over with a Wazari for that Uchimata, and straight away Krasnicki went and attempted it again for the second time. Wasn't as strong the second time out, but still it got that lift, so she's very vulnerable, Pareto, with the Uchimatas.
I mean, there were boos in the crowd because and the only people in the crowd that can be booing are judo people, because they know that was a stuffing. However,
That's a stuffing.
the referees would not have been booing because they would have said, actually, that is not Ippon. She's landed on a shoulder. You can see fully the back number and Argentina, almost all the name, and definitely all of the sponsors stuff. So it was on the top of the shoulder. The rest was exposed. That's not Ippon.
No.
If you can see the back number, that's not Ippon. But it was an absolute thumping.
There's definitely a nice throw. Somebody there. Pareto driving over with that, but she looks really desperate out there now. She's
Minute
had a
40
bit
odd.
of a shock to her system. To be caught so coldly in the opening seconds like that, she's really not recovered, has she?
No. And the thing that Krasnicki's got to be careful of here is allowing Pareto to trap the sleeves. You know what's coming.
Yes.
You've got to force her off one of those sleeves. She's not going to throw you with just with one sleeve, because you're going to be able to see that coming. You're going to be able to move as she did there. But once she's got both, you're in trouble. A little over a minute left to go. Krasnicki has never looked as good at 48 kilos as she has in this last little cycle. Oh, that was poor.
That was poor. That'll
Yeah.
be a Shido.
Yeah.
Pareto really is, she's
Desperate.
struggling. She's
Desperate.
struggling out there. And Krasnicki, big Hare. And Grummer, even, she left her options open there.
Second Olympic champion that we've seen. And there's all the sleeves
yes!
again.
What a turnaround! Pareto Ippon took the sleeves, exactly what you just said. The one thing she's got to make sure is that she just doesn't take those sleeves, because that's the danger. And there you have it.
At what time?
Oh no, 40 seconds as well.
Oh, there was Zari,
Oh,
so
they're
it could have
taking
been a
out
roll.
Rossari.
Hey,
Yeah.
she lives again. Well, look at that. It's something about that time. It's like a magnet.
Well, do you know what? Fair play to Pareto. She
Yeah, absolutely.
struggled. She was battling away. She got caught cold right at the beginning. It totally unsettled her. But Krasnicki, we know she is a real class act here. And but Pareto's got two Shidos. If she continues to do things like
Yeah.
that, she's going to kiss this one goodbye.
She just bundled her over there, didn't she?
Yeah.
Krasnicki. Here she comes again. Just really too strong, and that is desperate. But the gi was over her head, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's
Look
see the
at that.
landing.
It
We'll
was
have to see it
across
on the other side,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was difficult. It was like across the belt level she landed. Oh,
Looked a little bit more like Ippon than Krasnicki's did.
yes.
Krasnicki's was clearly not Ippon.
No, that one you could have said.
But we'd have to see the view from the other side.
Possibly that first landing.
Yeah.
It was then a continued roll. Oh, there was
Oh,
another one.
yeah,
There was
yeah.
another Sodi.
Krasnicki's got to get strong here
She's
and
got
rough her up a little bit.
Yeah, this is
No,
going to.
well, she thinks that she's ducked her head under. If that is the case, then it's
Yeah,
Shido,
penalty.
yeah. And Pareto knows it.
Pareto, yeah, she's looked over and can't
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
she's
and
just done that.
She just shook her head as
yeah,
well.
definitely.
Yeah.
Well, that was a shame.
Yeah.
An absolute shame there.
Well, when they show it, they will say who was at fault, and it will come up with Pareto as being at fault, and that is a Shido. Here is the
There you got it. Nah, she just landed just on the side there,
Just
and
the
it was a
side,
continue. But the roll was across her bottom.
yeah,
so
and
she
not the
started
back.
and not
yeah.
the back. So it was like following the line of a Roby.
As Nikki takes it. Right, we've got a choice here. Van Snick, Charlene Van Snick, or Gilly Cohen, or Sonoda and Kitsu. These are the two semi-finals. We'll have to go for the higher rank, whichever one it is. Have we gone straight to the 52? We haven't, we? We have, haven't we? Right, Charlene Van Snick is the number 1 seed.
Yes.
So that, yeah, there's no doubt about that. That's
yeah.
Rosario. Beautiful though.
It's a cracker. Oh.
Right, we're underway with, well, let's go to mat number 2, if we can please, because we want to see the semi-final between Charlene Van Snick of Belgium. She faces Gilly Cohen of Israel. It'll be Van Snick in the white judogi, Cohen in blue. Oh, nicely done, Van Snick on the board with Wazari.
Just in the opening 20 seconds, so it's a
score.
great start.
Oh, Loretta, what is going on recently? We have to be honest to say what usually happens in day 1 of a competition.
Starts off very slow,
It's very
doesn't
slowly,
it?
yeah, absolutely. Starts off very slowly, and we're not going to try and con anybody at home and say, oh, you know, we always have great competitions, because we've got to sit here and, you know, commentate during some contests that we think, well, you know, day 1 wasn't that great, but day 2 really picks up, and then day 3 tapers off. Not these last few.
48s is also a weight category that we have at times said
Yeah,
it's a little bit
not
flat.
that great, yeah.
But I honestly feel that 48s was most probably one of the most exciting weight categories.
Picking up.
They really, there is some great athletes in the under 48s, and then when you look at let's see what the other weights.
I wonder what it is. I mean, what is it that has changed? You know, it would be. I'm not going to guess, because I think there are just too many variables. Whether it's, you know, to do with the fighters, or the rules, or the conditions, or the number of times that they fight during a year, and all that sort of stuff. There's just so many variables. All I can tell you is that my perception coming to the semi-final and just before we get to the final block is that we've already had plenty of excitement, and it's possible that in the final block there may not be as much excitement.
I hope not. I hope it isn't an anticlimax.
No, absolutely.
But, and I doubt very much with what we're seeing coming through, there'll be some very exciting matches, and it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. But here Van Snick, without a doubt, is dominating quite nicely with the Osakomi.
Already on, yeah.
A Wazari on the board, and it doesn't look like this is getting away from her.
Do you know what I think it could be as well? The fact that they do compete more has made, and that we are commentating on them more, has made us more aware of these matchups and their abilities.
Yeah.
And it could just simply be that we are now in a better position to describe what's happening in some of these actions, to say just how tense it is. And maybe we're just bringing that little bit more tension to it. Look, was that the greatest match that we saw between Silva and Deguchi? Not really. It was a single slip. It wasn't that great.
Yeah,
look at the match between Klimke and Udaka. You know, I mean,
again, there wasn't much in it as far as throwing was concerned.
But the tension.
But the tension between it, because there's been a bit of history and it's a head-to-head. There's a story to be told
and
with what's been going on.
The Olympic champion, and we had the two Canadians, you know, at either end. So maybe the stories that we are telling now, we're able to narrate them a little bit better because we know so much more about the protagonists and everything. And maybe that's what it is. That's just a guess. It's not a fact.
It's just a guess. It's our feeling of how we can feel the tension. And sometimes, like you say, in an arena, you just think, like we've mentioned the word flat, because there isn't very much to go on, because there isn't. It's just two people competing against you. But when there's history and there's head-to-head, and we know that there is so much more riding on that match than just the win. It's what it means when they actually go for further selections or world rankings and things like that. That's the important part. And when we're talking about Deguchi and Klim Kate, those are the two that we know that somewhere along the line there's an Olympic selection to be made, and they've got two athletes representing Canada, and only one will go.
And everything that happens between now and that selection is going to count.
Make a massive difference on who is going to be able to ride the pressure.
On the mat now, Mohamed Abdel Magoud of Egypt. He faces Yarin Menaged of Israel. It's Abdel Magoud in the white judogi.
Abdel Magoud for me
exciting,
has been
hasn't
brilliant. He is just been performing well, and defeating the number 1 seed Santaraya, that was
no mean feat.
Well, do you know what? That was a brilliant match on his part, a brilliant match. But Menage, he's doing well against him. He's making him. Abdel Magoud, so excited, he never lets up.
That was a terrific contest with Santaraya earlier.
Oh, that was, for me, that was one of the best I'd seen. For someone that obviously we rank so high as Santaraya, he's a good competitor, isn't he? Very strong performance, class act, and he looked mediocre against him. He really did. Even he didn't get a chance to come back.
And that's not being disparaging. It just happened that was the way it came out in that particular contest.
And that way, obviously, another day it'd be a different result, possibly. But
yeah, you could spank him.
Today, that Abdel Magoud, for me, was on form. He was really on form.
We don't know how long the break is going to be for Menaged to sort out that little bruise on his lip. That does not normally take that long. So rather than jump to the adjoining mat and then have to jump back, we're just going to wait until Menaged comes back, because they really normally don't take that long. What it will do is it will give us a chance for us to tell you that Tagawa Kenzo in the other semi-final in the under 66 kilo category faces Dovdon Altansuk of Mongolia. The Mongolian has picked up 2 penalties, Tagawa just 1, and there's a little under a minute left to go in that contest. And then the 2 repechage contests, Adia Batsuri of Mongolia is up against Denis Vieru of Moldova. 2 penalties picked up by the Mongolian in that one. Yadov and Burns, 2 penalties picked up by Yadov. So we're waiting for a score in all the contests. And with all that chatter, Abdel Magoud has returned to the tatami. There you go.
Oh!
Well, he's completely overthrown him there, so it won't even be a score.
But that's how lightning this guy is. He is just so fast. But he's sometimes too fast for his own good. There's very little control. He needs to start controlling it slightly at the finer end.
He almost had the shimmy on again. Well, he was up and over, but not on his back. Menaged has still got a bit of bleeding there. To stop that in the mouth. Left-sided effort on the hip. Turnover, and Sutemi Waza, that is going to be close to a score. He only got the legs, but they may be looking at that. And again on the shimmy Waza, that's on this time, Loretta.
Look, he's there, he's got it, that's it. How much more? He needs a little bit more leverage. He doesn't.
Just watch the legs. if he goes.
He just doesn't have that leverage around the head. He's got too much movement in the shoulders there. And
I'm not sure if he's got the strength in the arms.
No, and he's in a wrong angle there. He needs to now bring it back up.
It's on though.
The head's slipping. Yeah. You can see he's got to come round the back of the neck. He's got to push the head forward. He's got to push the head forward. There really wasn't. He was twisting it around, and there was too much movement on the neck.
There was nothing going down.
It was all front. There was nothing back.
Yeah. He's now going to have to have a stop there because he did get a bit roughed up on the mouth. But I can't remember having seen a high-quality player with the hand in so well that wasn't able to execute from there.
And not able to do the shimmy, was it? Because really, when you think about it, he was concentrating, but all he could what he needed to do was get the hand behind the neck.
Close
it up.
Tagawa has won his contest on mat 2, so he's in the final. The Japanese makes it into the final of the under 66 kilo category. We've got the semi-final in the under 57 kilo category between Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. She faces Rafaela Silva of Brazil. That's going to be on mat number 3. Freddie's looking at us, wondering if we're going to go over there, but not yet. We'll finish off Abdelmagoud and Menaged. I just think that's such a good and finely balanced contest at the moment. We will go to Karakash and Silva in a moment. But seeing as they're tidying up his lip, and as I say, we don't know how long it's going to take, let's do what Freddie is suggesting and go to mat 3. When they come back onto mat 2, we'll come back and finish it off. But we're just going to give you a quick look at Karakash and Silva. Karakash in the white judogi, Silva in blue. Uchimata left-sided from Silva, but that doesn't come off.
Well, I think Karakash has been very good today. She's really strolled her way through to this semi-final and has been looking very sharp against her opponents.
Yeah, I think I'm really going to go for our knowledge of what's going on and how things are happening and everything. Just makes us more excited about contests in the past we may have just, not given as much attention to. But they compete so often, and we now know so much more about them that there's just a little bit more to go on. Anyway, Menaged is making his way back to the tatami. This contest has only just got underway. We've got 3 minutes left of it, and we're back with Abdelmagoud and Menaged. They've got 20 odd seconds left in this one. If you want to see Karakash and Silva, just click on 3. But we had started with the Abdelmagoud Menaged semi-final. I think it's well worth sticking with it. Left-sided low Marote Sanagi effort from Abdelmagoud, but Menaged just moved round to his left and avoided that. And I don't know, Abdelmagoud looked as though that was a reasonable effort, but harsh. Had the hand on the leg there, didn't he?
Wind up there.
But they gave a false attack for that anyway, for the Abdelmagoud one.
So we're now into the golden score with this, and very exciting indeed. Abdelmagoud, for me, a well-deserving place in that final. He's defeated some tough opposition to get to the semi-final. He's an exciting athlete to watch. Attempt to the Uchimata there. He stumbled his opponent over. A very positive action in the opening seconds of this semi-final. And the golden score.
Kenke leads by Wazari in her repechage contest. By the way, Uchimata effort. Almost. Yeah.
Well, there's another 2 good attacks. Abdelmagoud really piling on the pressure in this golden score. He's got a strong grip over the top with Koson. Yes! Well, he made that look easy, didn't he? The mistake there from the Israeli The arm was over the top from Abdelmogoud. He piled the pressure on that shoulder. There was the false that came over for the Kosota, but he left himself overstretched. And upper body control from Abdelmogoud gives him a place in the final. Oh, powered him down.
Well, well, well. Be interesting to look back at the whole, you know, how long he's been off and when did he last fight and everything like that. Now let's go to mat number 3 quickly, Freddie, and have a look at Karakash Hedvig. She's up against Rafaela Silva. Silva has just scored Wazari. She leads with less than a minute left to go.
There's the shimmy waza as well, which Silva we know is very comfortable when it comes down to a knee waza. Defeated her last opponent, Deguchi, with the shimmy waza.
Karakash is still in there with 40 seconds left to go. Sumigashi missed out. Hasn't got long enough to work on the ground now, not with the Wazari against her. 20 odd seconds left to go. Single penalty against Silva. She's not going to lose it from here. Uchimata almost a slip there from Karakash. She didn't have the kind of foot position. Feet weren't quite in the right place for bringing that off. Last few seconds then. And Klimke has thrown Borovska for Ripon down on mat 1. So she's done the first part of her job, which is to bring herself back from a loss, bounce back from a loss, and find herself in a medal position. So she's in the position to fight for a medal for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row. And I said to her a week ago, just look at where you are in your plans for where you want to be, and did you expect to be, you know, almost in the top 10 in the world with, you know, 2 Grand Prix medals in your pocket? And she said, probably not. Well, in that case, don't get distracted by anything else. Stick to your plan, keep going.
Well, she'll have Karakash of Hungary in that bronze medal.
Right, let's go to stay here. We'll stay here, yeah. Robert Shvidabadze of Russia faces. No, let's go to mat number 2. Theresa Stoll of Germany, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, faces former world champion Udaka Nae of Japan. It's Stoll in the white judogi, Udaka in blue. And remember, Udaka's just coming off that really, really tough battle with Jessica Klimke, so she won't have had a huge amount of time to recover, and now she's up against the number 1 seed. We'll see how that goes. Shvidabadze and Oguzov, you can watch that one on mat 3 if you like. And now the Stoll sister, Amelie, is going to take to mat number 4. Or has she already been on? No, I think she's already been on and lost to Deguchi. So Deguchi bounces back from a loss, and she finds herself in the bronze medal. Whatever you can do, I can do better.
That would be amazing,
you know,
wouldn't it? 2
they are going to be up there, look.
The bronze, yeah. They're both battling in the bronze medal matches.
It's going to be Klimke and Karakash, Deguchi, and whomsoever the loses from this semi-final.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, Udaka doesn't want to lose this. Udaka would find herself up against Deguchi.
And that would be a clash of styles.
That would be pain. Because, you know, Deguchi is got her mind set on beating every Japanese she can.
Stoll here is doing extremely well against Udaka. Both two Shidos apiece with 30, just coming up to half a minute remaining. But that right arm that gets thrown over the top by Teresa Stoll controls very nicely. And Udaka just falling on her face, but can you imagine the German coach just saying, stay very strong, very positive, upright, use your feet, look in control.
It's the second time in a row that Udaka has been in a full-on battle, going the distance, and picked up 2 penalties. She's threatening Yahima Ramirez for the position of Shido Queen. Udaka.
Oh no, no one can be that. No, she's still up there.
Right, and into golden score again. She just had 7 or 8 minutes, was it?
9 minutes.
9 minutes.
9 minutes it was, and she's
with
got
Klimke,
another.
now here she's again.
But Stoll, very, very strong right-handed grip, high collar, drawing Udaka down.
Got to use it.
Oh, she looks really in trouble there. Udaka and everyone's calling for that Shido, but
I don't think it will be.
It won't be. It can't be. Teresa's got to be careful that she doesn't look passive in her grips. Yeah. She doesn't look like she's just trying to go for that Shido, which is a negative approach.
Yamazaki has just thrown Marisa Stanger of Slovenia for Ippon in the under 48 kilo category. Oh, that was terrific. Kosa Tagaki didn't have the power, couldn't stand up any longer, couldn't block it. Got herself into a great position, Teresa Stoll, and Udaka just didn't have anything left. Look at this.
Kosa, beautifully executed.
Lovely. Right, so just what we said Udaka did not want to do. She got involved in 2 long battles and ended up on the losing end of one of them, and that puts her in the bronze medal match against Krista Deguchi, who, apart from the single slip when she got caught with the shimiwaza against Rafaela Silva, has looked really good today. Last Grand Prix and the Grand Prix before that is a double Grand Prix gold medal winner and about to go in for another medal. That's who you want to fight? I don't think so.
No.
You don't want to be taking her on.
Well, it did take its toll on her, didn't it? It really did.
So that was that. We have got now Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. He faces Francisco Garrigos of Spain. It's Nagayama in the white judogi, Garrigos in blue. And then I suppose the only other thing that, oh yeah, Garrigos did come up with the Sutemi Waza. I know he came up with a penalty. Thought they were signalling for a score there. That would have been a turn up for the book. Single Shido against Garrigos. Only half a minute gone. Nakayama needs to get his head up from there. Because the only one that we won't have at the end is the under 48 kilo category. We can fill that in, I suppose, at the end. It's the last of the weight categories, isn't it? 48.
Yes.
Yes, so stay with us at the end. We were going to have Anthony Corelli, but I think he's had some transport issues. We will get him tomorrow. So at the end, the wrap-up will be Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself. I'll have the pleasure of sitting alongside Loretta as we go through today's results with you and bring you up to date on all 5 of the weight categories. No score yet, 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Giliazova and Jura and Sophie Jura of Belgium. There's no score in that one. That's going on map number 4 if you wanted to watch that one. Yeah, I said it would be another hour. That was an hour ago. I actually think it's going to be an hour and 20 minutes. And the final block is at 4 o'clock. It's 20 past 2 here in Budapest. So when we take a break, we'll come back at 4 o'clock Budapest time, whatever that is. But we'll tell you anyway. Two penalties picked up by Garrigos now. A little under 2 minutes left to go. Taking his time here. Doesn't look rushed. What about going over on the left and then bailed out of that attack? Oh, that was so close. Yeah, well, slipped, but he slipped into the Osai-waza. That is tragic. If he gets out of here, and he has done, amazing. Well.
Well, he's done well.
He was a little bit too cool, Nagayama, and ended up getting caught by Garrigos. Garrigos is not out of it yet. Garrigos is taken to colouring his hair. He's gone blonde. That was the end of the action when Garrigos rolled into the Osai Komi, but before that, we had Nagayama getting caught. Left-sided Tomoenagi effort from Garrigos. It doesn't come off. That wasn't that clever, and Garrigos has got to be careful. He can't afford to pick up another penalty. He's already on 2. Half a minute left to go. He's spent, I think that's the problem for Garrigos. One big attack from Garrigos would keep him in it. We just stumbled him enough. He was so lucky there, but again he's fallen into the Osai Komi now. He hasn't got the leg free, so there's nothing he can do. But they give a score. Come on. He does throw him in the end. I'd like to see the score for the first one. There's no doubt about the end. Well, Nagayama dodged a bullet there. 2 or 3 errors from the Japanese against Garrigos. And Garrigos couldn't keep him out. That was the end. It looked it. What a battle. So Nagayama Riju makes his way into the final of the under 60 kilo category. Garrigos? Oh, he came close, didn't he? But he's going to have to battle it out for a bronze medal. Right, we got the last of the semi-finals here. Endo Hiromi of Japan faces Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. Endo in the white judogi, Krasniki in blue. managed to get the hands off in time, I think. But she still picks up a penalty for a gripping infringement, but I think that was a grip that she just hung on to for a little bit too long. Single penalty against Krasnicki, or Krasniqi. I'll have to find out about that. Our stadium announcer says Krasniqi. Chance for Endo on the ground. She called Mate already. Let's give some kind of signal here. What for? Endo, a few moments ago, who was it? She had the arm around the back and rolled them over for the. It was Milica Nikolic.
Nikolic.
She beat Nikolic with the same turnover. Yeah. She called Mate this time round. I'm going to ask about that. And make a note of that. No.
A mental note.
You know, you see two actions and then one of them gets called Mate. Must have been about 2 minutes 20 seconds or something like that into the semi-final between Endo and Krasniqi. I'll just keep an eye on it.
Krasniqi trying to throw that right hand high over to the collar. Endo blocking it nicely, trying to get the sleeve down. Well, into the last minute of this semi-final, very little to divide the athletes. Krasniqi, a desperate attack with the Osotogari, but left herself a little bit vulnerable there. One hand on her opponent, now finds herself in the receiving end of some niwaza. 8 seconds remaining. Well, Ishido apiece. Into the golden score. Well, this has turned out to be a bit of a battle and a half now between these two athletes. In the under 48s, as we've said before, 48s has 34 competitors, and it's been a really strong lineup. Krasniqi throwing that right hand, tries to connect on the high collar. Endo doing well to defend it, but just be careful on defending too much with that hand coming over the top. Krasnicki wanting to get that right hand and step across with the Oso Tagari. Minute in golden score now. These athletes have been battling away for 5 minutes now. Koichigari stumbled Krasnicki backwards. One of the closest of scoring so far in this golden score. And controlling the sleeves, especially that right one that keeps coming over the top and causing Endo quite a few problems throughout this contest. Well, there's a couple we're looking at. If she's not careful, Endo will start picking up another Shido. Controlling the sleeve is one thing, but not doing anything with it when you've controlled is another. And there you have it, the second Shido. 2 Shidos now, one more would be the result of a Hansokimaki.
This would be a great result for Krasnicki if she could pull this off.
She seems tough out there, doesn't she? She throws it. That's right hand that's causing Endo so many problems. She doesn't like it. Doesn't feel brave enough to engage off that high collar grip. Desperate attempt there to try and
claim a score.
Try and claim a score from a desperate act. Well, she's controlling. Oh!
Now here's the same action.
Movement that we saw before. She catches up the back and then starts to work in the turnover, but referee wasn't giving too much there.
Stopped again. This contest eating into their break time now.
That's it.
The sooner that they get this over and done with, the sooner they can take a rest.
Oh, again the Ashiwaza. That's the second time we've seen that. She's leaving herself a little bit vulnerable there. And then once more the Niwaza, the arm up the back. Tries to hook in for the back for the Sangaku. Oh, very quick to react, I think, in the Niwaza.
Third time.
Yeah. Very, very surprised on that, because no sooner she had the arm up, there was still some action, there was still some positive movements.
Hook in, you know.
Yeah, and considering that Endo has scored quite a few times in the Niwaza today.
With the same thing.
With the same type of actions, that you would think that it would let it ride a little bit longer. Oh, so the attempt there.
Krasnicki not interested in going to ground.
No.
Both athletes really tired here.
Well, it's been another epic, hasn't it? 4.5 minutes, coming up to 5 minutes in golden score. I mean, 9 minutes these ladies have been battling away here. It's not easy at all. I know they have been battling. It's not as if they've had any time to rest up here. 2 shidos apiece, one more making a mistake. And this is where mistakes are made, because they're becoming very tired and under pressure. Gripping of the fingers there's an infringement there, so you've got to be careful.
Oh,
yes. Beautiful Morotti Sienagi, nicely finished, and Endo takes herself into the final of the under 48 kilos.
You wouldn't have thought that she could come up with such a powerful finish after, you know, you saw the last few times that they got to their feet. It really was a terrific finish.
And that's the way you want it to finish it, with judo. Not penalties, not hansokimaki, but
right
with
through
judo
yeah.
like that after what? Almost 9.5 minutes.
Well, thanks for those highlights there, Freddie. That's all the live judo that we've got for you, but we're going to have a wrap up now of today's actions so far. We had 5 weight categories, 48, 52, 57 for women, and the 60 and the 66 kilo categories for men. Where do you want to start then? It's up to you, entirely
Well,
up to
we've
you.
just seen 48, so why don't we just recap on what we've just seen? An absolute battle on our hands, wasn't it? Endo taking herself in with the teammate Yamazaki of Japan. So it all depends on how they're going to battle against each other. It could be flat, it could be a pretty intense contest. I think really I'm going to sit on the fence with that one, because we have seen highs and lows. But when you look at the 34 athletes participated in this weight category, and we highlighted Pareto, Endo, Menz, and Pavlenko, Nikolic, Kalmende, Stanger, and it goes on and on and on. Sheranek. We've got so many that have gone through the stages, some quite surprising, gone out in an early stage, and now we're seeing battles like this, and the Japanese have obviously dominated it to find themselves in a gold and silver positioning. From
this morning's group of fighters, the only one that we've really lost has been the number 2 seed, Chernovitskieva. She went out in the 3rd round, so we're not going to see her. She's not going to feature in the medal matches, but we're going to see Nikolic again, because she's going to be up against Marisa Stanger. We're going to see Krasnicki. She's going to be down in the bronze medal match. And then we've got Endo and Yamazaki, who we haven't spoken about. And the reason we haven't spoken about Yamazaki that much is that she was off for a 2-year period. We found out earlier on that she had a serious shoulder injury. But now that she's back, here she is in the final, in a group of 34 players. It's a really good field, and it just goes to show the depth of the Japanese. Is
it a surprise? They're hosting the Olympic Games in Tokyo, so they've got they've been on the circuit with groups of athletes that we've not seen for a while, or they're throwing them in. There's a big mix of young and more experienced athletes coming month after month around the world circuit. They really are just putting the feelers out to see who's going to come through. I
have to say, the majority of the fireworks were taking place up in the top half of the draw, with Endo, Krasnicki, and Pareto and Nikolic. That was for me. Yeah, it was a tough. That was pretty tough.
There's no doubt about it. And we've still got some more tough matches coming ahead, especially in the repechage. Nikolic and Stanger of Serbia and Slovenia.
That'll be the first of the bronze medal matches.
Someone that's for me is Jura from Belgium.
And Sophie Jura,
She's very good. She's a talent, and a talent to keep an eye on, because I think that's someone that can produce some really good results.
Well, she'll be up against Distria Krasnicki in the second of the bronze
and
medal
I think
matches.
Krasnicki she might be spent. That was a really
at
tough.
the end there.
They were 9.5 minutes, and that's not going to take its toll on her.
Might have the time to recover. We shall see.
Hopefully.
The final will be an all-Japan matchup between Endo Hiromi and Yamazaki Tamami. Okay, right, 52 kilo category.
Well, there's another Belgium. We've just spoke about Jere from Belgium. They've got Van Sneek, and for me, she's the number 1 seed coming into this competition, and she finds herself in the final of the under 52s. She has been on form. She, for me, very much a real contender for the gold spot, but obviously Sonada she'll be up against. But I think Van Sneek will do it. I really do, based on her performance today. She's not really been challenged so much. 32 athletes participated in this weight category, and looking at one or two, there was a few upsets, wasn't there, along the way. But again, another performer that for me was Rekapap of Hungary. She did well. She won her first match, and obviously came up a very tough opponent. It was going to be challenging for her, but we did see a great performance from a young athlete that's showing great potential as we see her progress on the World Tour.
Okay, we have 3 of the 4 seeds have stuck around and will be competing for medals. The first of the bronze medal matches will feature Chelsea Giles of Great Britain. She's up against Andrea Kitsu of Romania, and then it'll be Ekaterina Guica of Canada to face Gilly Cohen of Israel. The final, as Loretta was just saying, is Charlene Van Snick, and she's up against the world silver medalist Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. Right, let's take a look at the under 57 kilo category.
What can you say? It's been fireworks throughout, hasn't it? It's been an amazing weight category for me. I've loved this weight category. I thought there's been a lot of excitement. There's been some highs, but there's been a few disappointments. But when we say disappointments, we're saying, well, are we going to get the Canadians in the final again? Are we going to see that another time, a repeat from Zagreb? No, but they're actually fighting for medals. They're fighting for bronze medals this time. So they could still be on the podium at the end of the day.
Which would be a terrific result.
It'd be an amazing result. For Canada, it's an amazing result.
They'll end up having 2 in the top 10 in the world. If they win bronze medals today, well, Deguchi's already in there at number 8.
Yes.
So Klimke is at number 11. She medals here today. She'll move into the top 10 in the world. They'll have 2 top 10 athletes in the world. That would be quite a feat.
The lady I've been very impressed with is Teresa Stoll.
Yeah.
I think she has been world class today, and she's had some battles. She's been tested, but she has kept her composure out there. She's been very professional in her approach to get herself in. The one that I think that was going to be the hurdle, that Udaka strolled it. For me, she is very much gold medal material today.
Okay, Teresa Stoll in that final will face Rafaela Silva,
who's Olympic championship, where she has a forte today has been her Niwaza, hasn't it? She has been very, very sharp on the Niwaza. She's very much the Olympic champion we would expect. She's been very professional in her approach. She's taken each contest as it comes. But looking at both athletes, I just feel that Teresa just is sparking a little bit more excitement. She has her Niwaza, but she also has her Tachiwaza. She's the Ouchigari that she's producing, the Uchimatas that's come in. The rear techniques are the ones that are going to be a massive threat for Silva. And she's sharp in ground as well, where Silva has dominated in her Niwaza, and she's looked very good down there. So I think Teresa Stoll will take that goal. I'd like to see Teresa Stoll get that gold medal.
This for me has been the best balanced weight. You've had 2 really strong halves. It didn't matter where you went. You were either in the half with Stoll, Udaka, Klemke. That was tough. You even had Filz Mirza and Montero
Yeah,
in the early
Verhagen.
stages. They hardly got a look in.
Senna Van Hagen as well. You could just go through the whole lot. Montero, with
Yeah.
Filmosa. It's just, again, it was such a hard weight category, wasn't it? There were so many that had potential of being on that podium today. And so for me, it brought a lot of excitement, some quality judo. And it'll be very exciting to see this final block, what comes out of it. But I do think though that Klimke and Deguchi might get on that podium as bronze medalists.
Well, it will be Klimke against Karakash and Deguchi against Udaka. The final will be Teresa Stoll up against Rafaela Silva. There you go. We've got the under 60 kilo category.
Right. Nagayama.
Close shave in the semi-final against Garrigos.
Garrigos, definitely, that was one that was going to test him. And I think that was the time he really was tested. I think up until then he was okay. Diaz, he was good with him, the American. I thought he started off really well. I had a good performance, but I like his judo. I think he moves really well. He's got beautiful judo. He moves
open,
well.
Brave.
It's open. He's dynamic, and like you say, he's very brave. He goes for it. And you've got to take your hat off. Papinashvili, I thought he was good. In general, I thought the Georgians were strong. They were good. I think in both the weight categories, the Georgians, for me, shone out a little bit technically and dynamically and with a lot of passion. And I thought they were good as far as a team was concerned here today in this tournament. But when you've got obviously Papinashvili, for me, Garrigos with Spain, that's going to be a tough one. But I think the Georgia might just come through, and I think both are capable, based on performance to date, to take the bronze medals. And did you know what? I'm going to go for the Japanese Nagayama, I think, against the Russian.
That's the final that Loretta's talking about. Nagayama Ryuji against Robert Shvidabadze. Oh, sorry, against Albert Ogazov.
Ogazov.
So Ogazov in the final.
He's defeated some really good opponents. He's actually been not bad. He started off a little bit slow, but he did well. I think Bazou, he fought Bazou, I think, in the second round, and a little bit of a stumble there. He was challenged there, wasn't he? He really was challenged, and that sort of stayed in my mind when he was performing. He was on a battle all the way, but he got himself to that semi-final. He's got himself in the final, so you can't write him off. I think it'll be a very interesting final. Definitely. And then we've got Chukvimiani against Shvidabadze in the first of the bronze medal matches. The second of bronze medal matches, Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. He's up against Francisco Garrigos of Spain. We've got one more weight category to bring you. It's the under 66 kilo category. Denis Vieru of Moldova faces Dovdan Altansuk of Mongolia in the first of the bronze medal matches. And it's Iyadov and Meneged of Israel. Where do you see that bronze medal going? Vieru and Dovdan. Vieru.
I know you like him. He's one of your favourites.
Right at the beginning, I just thought, I've watched him in other world tours, and he's been good. He's got nice judo. He's very dynamic. He's gutsy out there, and he really goes for it. And for me, he deserves to get the bronze medal. He really has been a performer. He's entertained me. I've been delighted to watch him, and his judo is second to none. I just like his style. And Iyadov and Meneged? Meneged, again,
if he bounces back from the cut lip and a bit of a bruising that he took.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of pride as well that was bruised more than anything else. I think that was his big issue there. But the Meneged, like with the Israeli team, they're very strong athletes, and they perform month after month on the world tour. So I think he could just pop through and take that bronze medal. And then the surprise of the day, Mohamed Abdelmagoud of Egypt will face Tagawa of Japan. That is a bit of a surprise, that Abdelmagoud. And based on performance, Abdelmagoud, I hope he wins. That's all I'm saying. He has been the most exciting player in that field for the men. I think he's the most exciting player that we've seen. When he fought Santaraya and he got that Wazari, he was 2 Shidos down. He looked, I thought, straight away, Zantarai is such a strong, professional, experienced athlete. He will get the third final Shido and he'll be hand Sokumakid out of the tournament. He'll not get further. Wrong. He came out and he was still battling away. He gave 110% and he continued right through to that final. He deserves a gold medal for me.
Talking of finals, we will be back in an hour and 10 minutes when we bring you all the medal matches from the first day of competition at the Budapest Grand Prix. But from Loretta Cusack, Dawn and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.